Hello? Hello? Is it working? Is there anybody out there? Oh God, the Québécois is back. Hey, ferme ta gueule, la petite calice. T'es donc ben drôle, toi. Okay, so my camera's on. Let's see. Oh, it works again. Calice de tabarnak and whatnot. What's up, y'all? Have I ever told you guys how much I appreciate every single one of y'all for having patience and understanding for a man in a situation such as mine? Let's just say I have all of the appreciation for all of y'all. So I'm going to go slow here. I'm not going to be opening up more than is necessary. Hell, I think I'm going to be using my phone's timer instead of the computer's timer because, like, at the end of the day, I think we just can't afford the CPU. let alone anything else. But I appreciate y'all very, very much. I would ask Ian, if you are still with us in the chat, having your patience, could we get your link one more time in the chat so I can pop it open again? He is with us, ladies and gents. If Ian is a guy's name, I don't know. Okay. Seems that this is responsive. Y'all both are skid as a Rhino Party reject. Chill. Yeah, thank you. Pounds like a Sam. We also got a visual cue that's right up on coming right up. Y'all are both right up on Canada. Yeah, that's the part that is the part that is important to read up on. All right. So, folks, I hate to cut off a song in general, and I hate that my computer crapped out, leaving this song interrupted. So let's say we restart this review a little bit and listen together with a little less fear that my computer is going to crash. Not much less, mind you, but some less. Let us turn off the time remaining and the timer to overlays, and let's just leave it at that. And let's listen back. I got 15 minutes. You can't even tell. It's 15 minutes. You could trust me, Ian. So I'm going to start the clock. We're going to restart, and let's go. Soundtrack 2 by Purple Prod, a.k.a. Ian. 15 minutes on the clock. Let's go. Okay. Really nice. Okay. No, we're not. Everybody chill the fuck out. Someone's got to tell me how to disable autoplay on SoundCloud because it's driving me up a wall. Okay. So let's start by saying this. We got 12 minutes left on the clock after that, which mathematically makes sense. Okay. So 420 milliseconds rule, starting at the easy stuff. What that means is essentially before note 1, or rather bar 1, measure 1 on your DAW specifically, that is when your song starts. That is when the actual information starts playing. But you have to basically start the file slightly back, just give some slight silence so that when people press play, there's like this split second where the track starts like there's a subconscious amount of silence that allows for us to feel like play. It almost like it gives us a rhythm already to the starting of the track. Number one. Number two, it's important for softwares like SoundCloud and websites and virtual whatever the fucks to not cut off your shit, which is what's happening here. Listen, you hear the click because you're starting on a non-zero crossing point. Listen. You hear the click especially in the left channel, I'm hearing it. It's in absolutely both. That's because you're starting on a non-zero crossing point, which is essentially when the sine wave, the sine wave goes positive and negative, right? At the zero crossing point means that it's the point where it's actually touching the zero line. When there's no sound or no volume entering, you have a bunch of zero crossing points because there's no sound happening. You have to start on a zero crossing point, or you're going to get that click, essentially. And that's ugly, and it's also you're missing information from your song. It's getting cut off, as you see here. Okay, that's an easy thing. You just start drag the whole track forward to 420 milliseconds, or if your DAW has a starting point, Logic has like a pre-roll point before beat 1 bar 1. You could drag it back 420 milliseconds that way. That's how I do it. But yes, 420 milliseconds pre-roll silence before your first note starts playing. Correct. Okay. The piano. Let's talk a bit about the piano. Okay, I use FL Studio. Well, listen, I don't know if there's a way to insert silence before the song actually starts. That's the way I would do it. It's the easiest way. And it's a universal, every song kind of thing. No song should start like this. Every song should start with some silence. Okay. Unless, of course, you're making a continuous album, then that's other things. This is not what's happening here. Okay. Your piano. There's two things that I'd like to talk about your piano. First of all, the more important one, in my opinion, the play of it is good, not great. It does have some velocity dynamics. It does vary a little bit in the playability of it. It sounds more like you drastically varied a couple of notes, then repeated that pattern, and then like copy pasted that pattern out, and then just changed a couple to smooth it out a little bit. That's a good starting point. It also sounds like it might have been put through like almost a humanized function to achieve that. I don't know. It doesn't have a pianist's fingers. Ha ha ha, I said pianist, yes. Everybody touch your pianist. And like, it needs that touch. It needs the soft touch of a pianist. Okay? I don't know how else to put it. You need a pianist all over a pianist's fingers all over this. So yeah, I think you need to have it playable. Or not played, rather not playable, but played by an actual keyboardist of sorts. I'm celibate, no thanks, okay. I was air touching mine, good. I'm already touching my pianist, very good, Weeb, very good. Okay, so, the second thing about the piano is that I find the mix itself lacks a little bit of definition. Of the pianos, for the rest. The pianos specifically, when we listen to them in contrast with everything else, let's take a listen here. relying on those really low, deep transients on the low frequencies to kind of convey what the piano is playing, but that's creating this very muddy, rumbly low end, leaving not much space for the string low end. And the only thing that we're hearing in strings is those high strings that are coming in the left and then the right when it comes in super, super loud. You have an opportunity to balance everything out so that it sounds more like a soundscape. And I think that that will require you to clean up the low end of your piano a little bit and to mess with the high end a little bit to give it a little more sheen, a little better coating. I guess there's a third thing about the piano, but it's more about the chord progression in and of itself. You could maybe do with it. I know this is sort of achieving a Satie sort of chord progression kind of thing. I understand, but I think that because you have movement and difference in the actual dynamics of the other instruments, you have an opportunity to insert a second chord progression here as kind of like a coda or like a turnaround, if you will. I would say it could fit twice at least within this song, like a nice little minor turnaround, a descent of some kind, something that gives the song a little bit of contrast with just having a repetitive over and over kind of loop. It's a Bossendorf, right? Try a Yamaha or Steinway VST for a clearer tone if you want that. So funny you mentioned that, Zealand. I also love the Logic Bossendorfer. It sounds amazing. It's the one that I use by default, and then exactly, if I need high end, I go to Yamaha or Steinway. Yamaha, very clean for me. Steinway is at least a nice juste milieu, a happy middle ground, if you will. But I think you need the Bossendorfer sound on this. So like, just to go back on what I'm saying here, I think you actually need a Bossendorfer tone on this. I think you just need it with a little bit more high-end sheen. So before you high pass it as aggressively as you do, or EQ the lows and then drop the overall volume of the rest, before you do that, what I would do is I would put a filter, like send it out to a bus and put a filter on that bus, cutting out most of the low end and allowing only for the high end to kind of come through in that bus, and then you distort that bus with like a nice tape saturation of some kind that will give it a sort of a soft glow, if you will, in the high end. And then you dial that volume of that up as much as you need high end. And what that will do is it will not take away from your low end sort of emphasis on your piano. You won't have to EQ just the high end of your piano up because you've got yourself a nice tone and it's compressing nicely because you have the low end rumble, though you still should clean that up a little bit. But you're adding yourself a high end bus, if you will. And if you could get a distortion that affects specifically the high end, that's a way of dialing it up without giving too much aggressivity to a piano that doesn't need that much. But you have to send that out before you're high passing, because otherwise you're just going to be adding distortion to an already high passed track, low passed rather. You have to send that out before your low pass is the point here. Okay. This is the point where I tell you that we have about 4 minutes left on the clock. This is the point where I tell you there are moments where I feel that you could add in some gentle percussion, some gentle sort of dun 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 dun, some very light accents in the background just to sort of emphasize the important moments, especially at the last sort of section here where everything's kind of coming to a crescendo. So like at this point, like this is where I would be like, go, 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 and having those little swells, cymbal swells, you know, like those things fit really nicely into music like this. You don't have to mix them very high. You could, matter of fact, the recommendation that I have to you is to make yourself I'm sure that you have one plugin that has all kinds of orchestral synths. That's pretty much all you need is like one bus, one track for all of your orchestral tracks, and you need to make them feel like they're all in a very big room indeed, with a lot of big room reverb. Matter of fact, I would put probably some mid-room reverb to emphasize the early reflections, and then some long room reverb to really emphasize how big that quote-unquote theater that these two instruments are playing in, or the percussionist is playing in is, so that you can like really get a hold of the sonic kind of space you're working with. Yeah, same thing for the cymbal swells. You want them in a big room. You want them to kind of be in the background only to provide emphasis to what's already here. You don't want to create an entire epic kind of percussion track that's going to inspire horns or anything like that. We just want to bring up the intensity of what we have here, and what that will do naturally, because this was another comment that I had written down, is that your song does crescendo, but it kind of crescendos, mid. The crescendo is kind of mid. It kind of peters out and plateaus more than crescendos. It's kind of like a light transient on a snare drum. It kind of like goes up and then it kind of sticks around and then it just kind of goes away. What we want is for a lot more of a build, and the playing with the percussion is a way of achieving that twofold effect, where you're not only emphasizing the things that you already have sonically, you're also like giving them more energy. You're giving your whole track more shape, more energy. I think that's pretty much all I had to say. It's a good job. I also want to say to you, like, these points where you have the piano playing higher notes, those moments, you might have to dial that distortion that you bust out for your piano high end. You might have to automate that down to this point, because this tone here is actually quite lovely. You don't want that much cutting through from this point. You might have to actually, here's a wrinkle in your plans here. You might need that distortion only on the low notes, and you might need a separate track, like for the right hand of your piano. You might need a left hand piano that you put that high end distortion on to like emphasize and have it cutting through consistently through the song. And then that second track, the right hand of your piano, the one that's playing the higher notes. Can you play any higher notes? Can you play any higher notes, Kyle? That hand that is playing the right hand is going to be more variable. You might need a little less distortion, or you might need to like automate it so that those early moments in the song, they get it, but then later on you could dial it back a little bit. And that is pretty much exactly 15 minutes. That's pretty good. 2 for Tuesday today, if my computer would allow, of course. Again, appreciate everyone being with us today. We appreciate you, Ian, for allowing us to listen to the song online together, provide comments, criticism, feedback, analysis, what have you. It's a good time. We enjoy the journey you've painted here. I'll say that with confidence. I enjoyed being taken on this trip. Again, very Satie vibes of like 2 chords for the whole song. That kind of is all we need to carry us through. We don't have the obligation to stick with that. As a matter of fact, I think you could benefit from a little bit more chord play. Maybe like sort of a 2-time turnaround in your song. Play a little bit more with the piano, the dynamics, the high end. Consider the right hand, left hand track technique so that you can really get the most out of your piano and make it sound consistent and juicy. But either way, thank you for trusting us with your track. We appreciate it. But a really nice, pretty track for sure. Stick around, Ian, as we listen to the next song by Lunchbox, who is also patient enough to hang around and wait while my computer had a seizure. Very possible that it was actually like a real seizure of sorts. I don't know. Maybe it was, maybe it wasn't. Who knows? We have this song now, ready to go. And Lunchbox, we got you here. Hold on a second. Oh, wow. You know what's crazy, guys? I have my phone right here. And as soon as I lower my phone, the sound of my voice, because I have bass trap above my head and I have curtains and isolation, my sound, the only thing I hear is it kind of bouncing up and out and above my head. But as soon as I put my phone down here, suddenly there are different reflections and I hear my voice so much louder with just my phone being here. Sound is fascinating. Let me know. I produced, mixed, and did the vocals. Okay, Lunchbox, well done. We'll let you know what we think about it. I'm setting 10 minutes. You can't see that. 10 minutes on the clock. I'm going to need to make a new SoundCloud. It's so easy, Zully. It's like so easy. And it's freezy. So get on easy. Jesus. I have a spot like that in my bathroom, like I'm behind myself. What? Oh, like you're behind, like you hear yourself behind yourself. The trippiest fucking things ever. There's a subway in New York, the Grand Central Station. There are arches in New York where you can like literally talk into the arch and hear the person at the other end of the arch. Sound is amazing. Anyway, speaking of sound that is amazing, let's hope that Mistakes by Stargang is among that. I don't know what Puln is. That's great. But Vocaroo is easy too if you're too lazy to make an account. Not sure if Mike allows it though. Did you see my computer earlier? Even with SoundCloud? We're going to stick to SoundCloud today. We're going to stick to SoundCloud, especially today. When I get a new computer, which I swear to God, I will go in debt. I will go in debt. This is one of this. I can't do this any longer. I will literally go in debt to buy a new one. Because like I can't do this. I can't do this anymore. I'll sell you a decent system for 200. DM me after. Well, let's talk about that, Weeb, because we got to talk about that. Only VR submissions allowed in new computer era. That would be next level. All right, I got 10 minutes ready on the clock here. Let's listen to Mistakes by the burner account. The artist name is Pavlin. Pavlin. Got it. So let's listen to Mistakes by Pavlin.
I can't keep living like a madman. I'm beating every second. Wake up, I might regret it. I can't keep sniffing out these dime bags. One touch is Armageddon. Try me, you'll never get it. Try me, you'll never. Oh, someone laying on the bathroom floor. Anytime I get it right, it's a setup. The walls are caving, but I still want more. I think it's better this way. So please forgive all my mistakes. I make up new ones every day, yeah. Push me too hard, I'm bound to break. Just hold me tight, I'm off my face, yeah. Oh, I hear them calling at the gates. So I paint them black in every shade, yeah. Buy me a hole inside of fate. Just hold me tight, I'm off my face, yeah. I'm off my face, yeah. Every time I say it, it's the last time. I said I'm fine, but low-key I've been lying. I know I try, but I can't find a way out. Live a lie, yeah. Still someone laying on the bathroom floor. Anytime I get it right, it's a setup. The walls are caving, but I still want more. I think it's better this way. So please forgive all my mistakes. I make up new ones every day, yeah. Push me too hard, I'm bound to break. Just hold me tight, I'm off my face, yeah. Oh, I hear them calling at the gates. So I paint them black in every shade, yeah. Buy me a hole inside of fate. Just hold me tight, I'm off my face, yeah. I'm off my face, yeah. Wake up, I might regret it. One touch is all I get. Tell me you'll never. Tell me you'll never get it. Tell me you'll never. Tell me you'll never get it. Tell me you'll never. Tell me you'll never get it. Tell me you'll never get it. Tell me you'll never. Tell me you'll never. Tell me you'll never get it. So please forgive all my mistakes. I make up new ones every day, yeah. Push me too hard, I'm bound to break. Just hold me tight, I'm off my face, yeah. Oh, I hear them calling at the gates. So I paint them black in every shade, yeah. Buy me a hole inside of fate. Just hold me tight, I'm off my face, yeah. I'm off my face, yeah.
Okay. God! Okay, y'all, I'm going to take your advice right now. I'm going to pause this timer for a second because Jesus fuck, I can't with this. I can't with this. It's so goddamn annoying. Navigate to the next up section, locate the autoplay station, Navigate to the next up section. That's here, right? Locate the autoplay station. Ha! Fuck yeah! Let's see. Let's just do a test real quick. Zealand Order, ladies and gentlemen. You get 20 points. How the fuck did I miss that all this time? Zealand Order gets 20 points. That's just, everybody document that. Okay. Let's talk about this a little bit. I'm going to restart the timer in like a minute, in like a couple seconds here, just to make sure that I'm not missing any of your comments. It was a cosmic reason. I was just going to need to make... No, we talked about that shit already. Whisper Arch. Voker was easy. No. Here we go. 420 milliseconds, not for sure. Yeah, so that's my first comment as well. Digging the energy on this bit. I like it. This very high present notes could use some variation in the first part, just once or twice. Okay, so we're up to date here. All right, so let's go. We have a few comments. So again, the first one is the 420 milliseconds. Let's check. Let's make sure. Hey, I said let's make sure. Yeah, for sure. So again, 420 millisecond rule. So just put 420 milliseconds of silence before your track actually starts. Export it with that. It's pretty easy. I don't understand how anybody has ever gotten away with doing this, but here we are. Okay, the bass starts a little early for my liking.
I can't keep living like a madman. I'm being every...
It starts a little early. It comes in and suddenly I'm just like immersed in the loudness of it all. I feel like the bass coming in, it just doesn't give me the anticipation that I want, because it gives me right away what I'm eventually hoping for. It's like this is all a dance with tension and release, and at this point I think we should be getting more tension than release. And suddenly when there's bass, there's context, there's release, there's everything I need, and I'm like, oh, cool. But then the problem is that when the bass should start here, that's the point that it should start right there, because then your song ramps up suddenly. You started a little less, you ramp it up, and then suddenly boom. So you're going to want to probably octave your bass track up here at least. So you don't want to lose all of that space that you filled, but you want to lose some of it. So maybe octave the bass up by 1 octave, maybe even double it with a second higher octave that has distortion on it, so you could like fuzz it up a little bit. Fuck with that, but really have your bass come in later so that your song really ramps up. Second thing, your kick.
Give all my mistakes. I make them new ones every day, yeah. Push me too hard, I'm bound to break.
No, that's not what I want to talk about, actually. I don't want to talk about your kick yet. Because your kick does have more dynamics than I thought it did. For some reason, it was registering as far less dynamic the first listen through. But now I'm hearing it's got a lot of juice. It's got a lot of juice in the high end. It doesn't have as much influence and dominance in the low end. Am I right, guys?
Hold me tight, I'm off my face, yeah.
Like, don't get me wrong, it has low end presence. There is low end that exists in that kick. But it's not as loud as it is the low end, as the high ends click. So I would maybe shift the balance on that and accent more the low end than the high end. That's just me, maybe. Your vocals sound like they were recorded in a roomy room, in a place where there's a lot of like echo and reverb. It's not my favorite tone for vocals. So I don't know if you have a way of fixing that with your vocals. Yeah, they were. Okay. Get a vocal track that is cleaner than that, because it's distracting me. And like, for me to be distracted, it means that other people won't quite know what they're listening to, but they'll know something ain't right. It's my bedroom. I can try and add some more treatment. Add treatment if you wish, if you're going to be mixing in your bedroom anyways, because that'll help. But to record your vocals, go in your closet you know? Go in your closet. Under the Blanket, it works so-so, Sam. It works okay, but like not the best technique, personally, in my opinion. It would be better, honestly, to like bring your mattress and like lay it flat against the wall, like vertically against the wall, and to like put a cover behind you, like a big thick drape, a big thick cover. That would, like, you could have the mic like sort of as you're singing into it, it'll actually like catch some of those frequencies. That'll act as an effective vocal trap. I've done that for years when I couldn't afford actual treatment. I just literally turned my bed upside down, and that was that. Put a cardboard box over your head. Sure, if you want some resonant frequencies, some excessive plosives, and some stupid proximity effect, absolutely put a cardboard box over your head. Yes, correct. Let's see. Vocals. Again, vocals. These vocals are pretty much kind of your worst enemy here, Lunchbox. You have no doubles for any of your vocal tracks, especially for the like lead for the chorus.
I can't find a way, yeah. Just hold me tight, I'm off my face, yeah. I'm off my face, yeah.
You should have a double track. You should have something that's kind of making the song the sound of your vocals juicier, for two reasons. One, it's the vocals are they're turned up too loud because they need to cut through approximately this much, but there's a way of going about that. You have to, first of all, mix the vocals accordingly, and second of all, you have to like double it so that it sounds richer, and so that each track doesn't need to be turned up as loud, but it still achieves the cut through effect. So throw a double on your vocal. Throw a double, I would say record a double, 1-to-1 double that is identical to the first take, and then cut in and out on it. Choruses, put it on. End of phrases in the verses, put it on. Otherwise, take it out. And it'll just emphasize some sections. Similar how rappers do it, do that. And Lunchbox, you called me out. I'm going to say that. You called me out. You said, you said something, and I was going to be like, I was going to talk about it. But you called me out on it. You said, saw you turn your head at a fake drop halfway through the song that felt a little clunky. You called me out. You clocked it. You clocked it. Because yes, this here.
I'm calling at the gates, so I paint them black in every shade, yeah. Buy me a whole
Yeah, I understand it's what it can achieve. You got to go, Circuit. I'll pull you out. Errol, thank you for letting me know. We appreciate you. You can also command leave to leave the queue yourself if you wish. But otherwise, we'll pull you out. No worries. Take care. So, yeah, the reason I understand why that would happen is if you didn't have this section right after, I would be like... Oh, that's 10 minutes. Either way. I would be like, okay, fine, yeah, we need a little bit of a break. We need a little bit of an ear break. But then you have a break literally right after that. So like that break happens, and then you hype us back up, and I think, okay, that's the end of the song, except visually I know, no, it isn't. But then I hear it. Oh, well, you could have... You know, you could have very well just skipped to that part. You could very well have ended your drop early and skipped to this break. As a matter of fact, I don't even know if you should come back up at this point. I don't know if you should go down or come back up. I think you should just end that break and bring it back, because you're already at 3 minutes and 10 seconds. That'll shave off, what, 10, 15 seconds off of your song total? That song will be far more enjoyable without this section intact, just because we produced it in the first place. There is no other reason why it's there. It's not serving your song any particular purpose. So I would probably just cut out that drop early, bring it to the break, bring it right back down to the break. As someone said, make those notes, those high notes, modulate a little bit. Someone said earlier on in the track, but I would also have them modulate a little bit here, like bring them down in volume, bring them back up afterwards. That's the kind of activity that you want in this track. And that's about all I got for your track, man. Thank you for allowing us to listen to it online together, to provide comments, criticism, feedback, analysis, what have you. It's got good sound. It's got some good sound and some good ideas applied. So you're saying take out the turnaround on that second hook. Smart. Take out the turnaround. Take out that like come back up part. And take that shit out. But it's overall got a good vibe. Absolutely. Super fun, high energy bop. Absolutely. Zealandarder, totally agree. I agree with Pounds Like a Sam. It's well executed. It's just a good song. Now we need to make it a great song. This is what we do here, guys. So thank you either way for trusting us with your track. Very much, Lunchbox. We appreciate you also following the stream, and stick around as we move down this queue. It's Zeal and Arter's fucking turn. We're going to take out Errol DeVille music as requested so politely by Errol himself. Zeal and Arter. So, full disclosure, I was watching Zeal and Arter before the stream. It's one of the reasons that I started later, is I kind of got sucked into his stream. I kind of was obsessed with what he was producing. Full disclosure. Because he was producing some great shit. He's producing some great fucking shit. You guys don't go check out his channel, his VOD, his Zeal and Arter, man. Those some good beats. This is some good beats. The guitar riffs very like corn realness. I just needed that. All right. Just imagine 40 milliseconds before you hit play. Okay. Very nice, Zeal and Arter. Very nice. That's hilarious. This is a 10-year-old song. This is my solid cringe era. Oh, man. Okay, well, Zeal and Arter, you are a sub, so we are going to go ahead. Whenever I scroll, it does the haptic feedback thing. 15 minutes on the track, for posterity's sake, if you need to zoom in on that. But here we go. Just imagine 40 milliseconds before you would play. It's 420 milliseconds, just saying. But we will still clock you for it. We will clock you. That was terrible. Either way, Zeal and Arter. Zeal featuring Arter. Let's listen to, just imagine 40 milliseconds before you hit this play. Let's listen together. 15 minutes on the clock. Let's go!
Just say, could you find another way to go? And another day will show that we don't care anymore. Oh, we'll have our way with the inconceivable. We'll have our way with the unbelievable.
Okay. I'm just going to write something down there. Okay, Zeal and Arter. So, this was indeed 10 years old. Solid cringe era, as he himself puts it. Now, I do have quite a few notes. I have more of a collective of notes for one particular aspect. Sort of like the main point, if you will. It would probably be my biggest complaint, which is the dense sections that are supposed to be big and are supposed to feel like kind of, I don't want to say, I'm looking for a better word than epic, but complete, I suppose, full, not fat, I hate that word. The low end and the density in general sounds crowded in those sections. And I want them to feel busy, but not Paris at rush hour busy, you know? Like there's so many elements and some of them are fighting each other. You have that that synth itself, I hear it getting pushed way back out into the mix as soon as that other synth starts. And I'm like, is there a place where we can push one at a time rather than all at the same time? 10 years ago I was going for epic, not one instrument has a high or low cut. Yeah, that'll help your frequency pockets as well, is kind of like selecting what instruments will do what and what role they will have. I will say that that is a big thing. So yeah, if you were to go back and correct this 10 years later, I know that you would probably have already instinctual corrections that you need to do. That would be the first one, is free up that space, because by far it is the best, or rather the part. Zully with the clap. Appreciate you. It is the part that should be the best part of the song, but is the most unfortunately crowded. And that applies to your low end and the general density of it. Stereo placement, it starts to be good, but it could use a lot more like generosity in the stereo image. Let's talk about this snare. So we got this thing that's playing out here, guys, where we got this snare that's cutting through. It's really sounding big, but it's also sounding thin at the same time. What does this mean? I think this means that there's a bit of a lack of compression on it, or rather, perhaps not the right kind of compression that has been applied to it to optimize its transience and its dynamic nature without necessarily stepping on lead elements such as the vocals. I think there's also a little bit of EQing to do, so dipping out some of those high mids, specifically the high mids, in those 2 to 3K range that are stepping all over the vocals in this particular like verse. Cavern kit instrument. I remember that kit. I used to use that kit all the time. For sure, for my dubstep builds, I would use that kit endlessly. Not a touch of editing on that sucker. Absolutely right. I fucking love the Cavern kit, though. That shit had its place. You're bringing me back. Zealand Art is bringing me back to Logic 9. Jesus fuck. Look at this guy. Look at this guy! So yeah, we got the snare stepping on the vocals. Your beep synth in general is stepping on everything. Like, that's notwithstanding the big synth that happens in the chorus. That's one of those things that's just jumping out at us. But yeah, there's that. Hey, Jonah, welcome back. Is there a skip feature? Got some extra money I want to spend? Hell, man, subscribe, skip. If you want to, there's 2 ways to skip. You could be the top gifter of the month. 500 bits or $5 donation as well is a way to skip the queue. That would get you right after Zealand Ardor, as we are finishing this review in approximately 8 minutes. But yeah, that's the ways you do it. So, thank you, Pounds Like a Sam, for stepping in on that as always. So this beepy synth got a... That's a big no-no, because we don't need it that loud. If anything... Nine Wave just subscribed. I don't know who that is, but thank you very much for subscribing. We appreciate you. Yeah, so... what was I saying here? Yeah, the beep synths. So yeah, the synths in general, we also do need to We also do need to EQ those out a little bit of the middle frequencies just to provide a little bit more of a pocket for vocals. I don't necessarily want them high or low pass, although probably low passing them a little bit, a soft curve, something like 12 decibels per octave, and like bringing it nice and low to like 5K or even maybe 4K so that you really lose a lot of that harsh frequencies, but you don't lose some of the nasalness that will combine itself nicely with the vocals. 9wave. Oh yeah, subscriber. So does a sub count as a $5 dono? No, it does not. No, it does not. Truth, I should have asked. I thought a donation is a skip. A donation is a skip, but a subscribe is not. Anyways, what else do we got here? We won't. We'll take as much time as we need, Zeal and Ardor. Don't worry about it. That's the privilege of being a subscriber. But let's see. What do we got here? Shall I ask chorus? Oh yes. So the pre-chorus kind of. I want to say like a false drop for your last chorus, if you will. Got me because I thought it was going to drop there. I saw the waves, but I was like, maybe he did something like big and open and spacier. The lazy bridge. Yes, I would cut this lazy bridge in half, personally. I don't see a need for it to be this long. I think the anticipation that you've created with these at this point, I think you could have half this length and achieve the same goal, which is to give us a little break, a little breath. I would, however, put in a far more dramatic transitional effect, such as like a sweep or like a pitch up, a pitch riser, something that like gives us a reverse sub impact as well could work, like a sine wave, just a sine wave going. That would be the way that I like kind of tweak that to make it rise more dramatically, but at the same time cut out the time that it takes to rise more dramatically. So that's that. The last thing I'll say is I hate this ending so goddamn much. Like you had opportunities to do whatever you wanted. It's like there's no short reverb, there's no nothing. It just like cuts hard. There you go. So see, sometimes I have forethought, sometimes I have foresight, and I program those little things to happen. That was a piss take. It's the reverse of your 420 millisecond, but in the end, yeah. And I mean, again, there are some times where solid cutoffs, actually occur. Okay, so stir fry. First of all, we're just gonna put you, as you're gonna see right now, you're gonna jump ahead of this cue right there. Boom. Whoop. Nope, not that far. Oh, and NIN also skipped. And NIN's a sub, so he skips right ahead. Look at that timing, guys. Wow, wee wow. So that's another advantage of being a sub, is that your skips cut ahead of followers. Ha ha! So, I didn't think that would come into play today, but here we are. Okay, so, I think that that's pretty much all I've got to say about that. If I'm recalling correctly, that is pretty much all I wanted to talk about. Let me just... Yeah, I had an idea with the bass, Zeal and Ardor. I had an idea with the bass specifically, like just to give a little bit more hype at the end here. That was my, at the beginning here, pardon me. That was my only last note, was like maybe we could amp up the funky sort of expectation, and then we take it into Arcade Fire, just as you have done. But on a very real, in a very real way, I'm actually not kidding. Let's see, what do we got here? Another day will show that we don't care anymore. We'll have our way with the inconceivable. Another way to go, and another day will show that we don't care anymore. We'll have our way with the inconceivable. We'll have our way with the unbelievable. Something like that, and maybe get it groovier and groovier over time at that point, you know? Like... That we don't care anymore.
inconceivable. We'll have our way of the unbelievable.
And again, I would fuck with the bass, like a pre-chorus more staccato thing. I see you. Yeah, and then what you could do is, like in your other pre-choruses, you could very well bring that the octave down. So like that's an idea. I personally, when I hear the opportunity for bass, I always think, especially for like groovy tracks like this, I always personally think that there is space for some funky bass. I always have time for that. But again, that's just me. That's just the way that I operate. It's just like an instinct, if you will. But that's about it. That's about all I got to say about your track. We got a couple minutes to spare, but that's pretty much all I wanted to say. Thank you, Zeal and Ardor, for allowing us to talk about it online, provide comments, criticism, feedback, analysis, what have you. Thanks for being a subscriber, and thanks to all the people who subscribed today, by the way, supporting the stream in the way that you do. Appreciate you all. Appreciate the skips. Either way, we're going to get to those. You're the bass space ace. I'm working on bass. Guitar is like, I've had a good year for guitar, so I can like really lean into it a little bit, but bass, I gotta like practice my scales a little bit more. Always space for some funky bass. Agreed. Pounds like I'm agreed. Thanks for taking the time and sharing your thoughts. Always a pleasure, Zeal and Ardor. Thank you for producing music that is lovely to behold on my ear holes. So either way, thank you for trusting us with your track. Rock on, man. Seriously, like your stream is a lot of fun to watch, so we appreciate you. Feel free to stick around as we move to the next 1 hour second skip. But technically, next up, because the man subscribed, the man skipped, we gotta give him priority. That's the way that this world works, unfortunately. I'd rather just be sitting here not needing any way to keep this stream up and running, but here we are. Here we are getting gigs canceled and getting fucked over by the government. So give me a shout, Ninwave. I don't know how you want me to pronounce that. Give me a link in the chat, please, and thank you. Again, thanks for supporting us and being in our subscriber database at this point. I'm just going to adjust this so that we have a little more white real estate. Nobody ever thinks about the lights. Damn venues and government officials. Yes, I think that's what happened both times. Literally, both of those things are what occurred in this particular instance. Am I right? So it's funny, like the symbol of your, like the writing of your logo is like 9 Inch Nails. Like, do you know? Are you aware that you are heavily infringing upon the 9 Inch Nails like look and aesthetic and stuff, elbows down or whatever? I don't know. Okay, I'm just letting you know. Either way, just letting you know. Okay, so again, Nin, we're gonna call you Nin. Nin, we got 15 minutes on the clock, ready to go for you, and we are going to listen to and we're going to talk about it all within that timer. So let's get Nin Wave on this. Cat dude, subscribing for the fourth month. I appreciate you supporting the stream as well in the way that you do. Much obliged. Much obliged. Feel free, of course, if you wish. I don't know if you've already joined the queue. You have indeed already joined the queue. So you will also get 15 minutes. That's wonderful. Okay, so let's talk about this right now. But shortly after we listen to the track, by Nin. Let's go.
No one
Okay, cool track, very cool track. I would venture so far as to say it's getting real close to being done. Your dynamics are super punchy, they're in place. The bass is well mixed into the equation. Your vocals, I'd say the only thing that really needs like a more thoughtful approach with the frequencies, just because you have a lot of high mids that are kind of aggressive on the ear, especially when you're like putting it to the left only. It kind of spikes our ear a little bit harder, if you will. The other thing I will say about your left to right image in general, you have a lot of things. You have a lot of things that are either dead center, real juicy, real up front, like right fucking here. This is the audio. And then you have other things that are like kind of on the left and right, like right at the edge, right in the like visible, audible kind of left and right area, almost as if it's about to fade out of frame. And then you got all this space. All this, wait, it counts for more visual space. All this space. It's this big. It's unaccounted for. All that space kind of... Connection. It's this big. What? It's unaccounted for. What is happening? What is happening? That was my speaker. I'm telling you, this thing's coming alive. It has sentience. It has sentience. That was fucked. That's the light that has a speaker on it. That's fucked. We're gonna talk about this after this review. I'm gonna talk about this. That's fucked. Okay, sorry. I don't even remember what I was talking about. Yeah, your left and right image. Your left and right image. It's super wide and or centered. It's neither. It doesn't fill in. It doesn't account for the rest of the space. And I think you have all of this real estate, especially during your drops, where you could be jumping in between different frequency, like not frequency, but left stereo image sort of locations on the x-axis. You could very well get in there and kind of nudge it towards the left or towards the right to create a little bit more uncertainty, if you will. Like, we're not sure where it's going to land, especially for like glitchy sounds and stuff like that, where it goes like that's amazing. Like that is an easy place to like fill that center channel, or rather the mid left and mid right, I should say. What else do we got here? Yeah, so end of drop, the perk change up. So let's listen to this drop here end a little bit. Careful with your ears, everyone. Yeah, so the first of all, the drop kind of just ends and we're in a post drop, like a B chorus almost sort of arrangement here. And it's just like, we're there. There's no more juice. There's just like the synth, the piano in the background. We got the bass hovering. We got the kick, and we got that vocal sort of glitchy sample kind of repeating over and over. Like, something else has to shape this section here. Something else has to give us an indication of what's coming next or what just happened, some reminiscence of some kind. My personal suggestion would be that the actual percussion, the beat, change up a bit. I don't dare turn on Logic for fear of my computer like spontaneously combusting again, just like it did before. Maybe I should turn this fan on a little bit higher too, either way, to like create more airflow. Yeah, I'm gonna do it either way. But yeah, I would do like, instead of like cat, you go like like sort of a break beat kind of change up in your drum pattern at the end of this. And then I would do something like cool. Let me see if I could just play it out so that you could see like what I would play in a way. So it's like the first part is like let's see here. Oh yeah, it's true. This thing came loose while I was playing as well, because you're doing. So like at that second part, I would probably put something like. And then like for that last little part, like kind of something a little bit more on the groovy sort of roll out of the section so that we get something a little bit more. This is going to preface something that is changing instead of just here's some change. Here's a change. How would you like your change? You got some ketchup, got some mustard. There's your change, sir. Yeah, that's my thought here. So that's that. Transition out. That's the same argument here. You have a transition out that's very just like next. Do you have better techniques to transition out into another section? Like, do you have a better idea? Because I think you should have a better idea than just that. That's my own belief. So that's that. That's something that could be fixed very easily with a little more creativity and a little more forethought. Let's talk. I didn't really have any complaints about the build. I did have a complaint in general for your song. Your song, the first drop, awesome. The second drop, very short. I only start wetting my beak on the second drop before it's suddenly gone. And the first drop seems to be on track in terms of like attention versus release balance. Up until your second drop ends, everything seems on track. Okay? Everything seems to be ready for action. And then your second drop ends and I'm like, I didn't get enough, and yet I don't necessarily feel like replaying and going through the whole adventure. So I would probably just add some time onto your second drop, because when we get to it, we're hype. Like, all of that build it's a long time. But that would be my argument, though, is that if you're going to add time onto this drop, which I think you Thanks for following, Jeremy. Appreciate that. If you're going to add time onto that second drop, which I think you absolutely should, and it is more worthy of people's time to add more drop rather than more build, I would remove some of this build so that you can trim it down a little bit so that the balance really shifts towards high energy rather than low energy. I would like to change back to drum and bass after a drop, so that's a thing as well I need to change. Well, shit, then there you go. Then you have an opportunity to switch back to drum and bass after this sort of kind of. Yeah, switch back to drum and bass after that. Make it super break beaty if you wish. Make it super glitchy if you want. I don't care. Do what you want to do, but do something with people's time that isn't just, oh well, let's end the song. The second, or rather, I think it's the second to last thing that I'm going to talk about. Oops, dropped my pen. Is the pre-drop, the second pre-drop, or rather the second false drop, I should say. The only false drop in this song, but let's listen to that build just before this pre-drop. Okay, cool. Fine so far, except for this little reverb that happens. Because you're building back in using echo and reverb, let's listen again. Got those things sort of swelling. I would emphasize that. I would cut that reverb from the previous tail, like this part here. That reverb, I would shorten that super, cut it real quick so that this part can build from far, far less. Because otherwise we got these resonant frequencies of reverb that still make us feel like we're in this big room. And I don't necessarily think we need all of the reverb for all of the things. I think we could very well choose what is going to be a big thing with a lot of reverb and what is going to be something that's a little bit less, something that's going to create more tension rather than release rather. Yeah. So let's listen to this build again. I'm going to try and automate the volume so that it cuts and then it builds back to its current status. Let me see how it sounds. How did that sound? I think it sounds better. I think it personally sounds a little bit better. You get that energy back. It kind of goes away and then it comes back. Rather than kind of just staying there all along. If that makes any sense. You agree. Well, there you go. The last little thing that I'm going to talk about here, it's something that is nitpicky, but it's something about your drop. Or rather, your build, not your drop. You're high passing your kick here, as well as everything else. And then you kind of open up with the drum kit's high end. You kind of reveal that high. You take off the low pass, and you kind of only reveal it right at the end there. I don't know. It doesn't have the build and the anticipation that I want it to. It really doesn't. I don't have the kind of energy and intensity that I want to from that specific effect. Whereas the entire section before was really doing a great job of hyping me up and like giving me life for that specifically. I don't know, man. I don't know. It's not giving me the same, like, the sufficient kind of like, give me the drop. So I don't know. Maybe with the volume automation on the reverbs and stuff, it'll be a little better. But ça marche pas pour moi. I don't know what it is. But that's pretty much all I had to say about your track. I mean, we have 30 seconds left on the timer if you want to really be pedantic about that, but yeah, that's pretty much all I got. So thank you either way for allowing us to listen to the song online together, provide comments, criticism, feedback, analysis, what have you. We have with this track something that is super juicy, super powerful. Excuse me. We have something with this track that is super juicy, super powerful, and thank you, Nin. And has, yes, we got it to the end, and has a decent shape already, but I just need it to like fulfill its purpose. And that's by cleaning up a little bit of those high ends of the vocals, spreading things out a little bit more diversely on the left and right spectrum, making sure that you keep your ending sections kind of varied and like throw me back and forth a little bit more than what you're doing now. Work your transitions in general, and give me a little more drop to work with at the end. And that's pretty much all I think I have to say about your track. So thank you either way for trusting us with your track, Nin. We appreciate you. And we're going to move on next. So stick around as we watch Starry, or listen to Starry, our other skip, our second skip of the day. Flamethrower RD, yo, I fixed up my song. Am I able to resubmit? Unfortunately, you're going to have to come back next week, as it's one track per stream, per person. Because otherwise it gets out of control. People resubmit, and then suddenly I've got like 16, 17 different people joining the queue with 2 songs each. It's like I do have limited amount of voice. So there's that. Can I submit 2 songs and you give me general feedback, or is it 1 song? So as I just said, 1 song. Now, if you need to decide between 2 songs, we have a way of deciding that. We roll some dice. This is a Dungeons and Dragons household, ladies and gentlemen. So, we have a way of figuring out things that we can randomly generate numbers, if you will. So if you are hesitating between 2, what I do here is I roll the die. We determine what number means what before doing so, and then we randomly decide. Or you could just send me a link and we nix that entire plan and fuck it. Hold on, you got ads. 50 seconds. You know how you don't get ads, folks? You subscribe. Gotta read the rules, Mango. Indeed, Cool Cat. Appreciate your presence, by the way. Vampire 7. I might have to make a SoundCloud so I can join this. You might just have to. What is about it? So, what do we got here? Why does this look different than the rest? Oh, because there's no art. That's why. Okay. So this is already released though. So Starry, just to let you know, we do stuff that's usually not released for a couple of reasons. First of all, if you have the option to change a song, if it's released, you have less inclination to do so. You'll like apply this learning to future songs. So there's that. Secondly, if I find shit that's wrong with something that you have already released, and then suddenly you're realizing those same problems occur in stuff that is already released, all your other shit as well, you're going to feel a little bit worse about the stuff that's out there. Yeah, I've had that happen before where people take it personally, something that's already released and supposed to be ready for listening. I've not heard one song on this stream that I've not had comments for improvement. So let's talk about this one. Either way, you got it here. Numb with Clue and Deep in Paris. It is a released track. It seems to have a little bit of views, a little bit of comments, a little bit of stuff here. You got some verses and some featurings and all that stuff. Let's listen to this song by Starry, Clue, and Deep in Paris. You produced it as well. Let's listen to it. We got 10 minutes on the clock for you. Let me just get that timer app out. 10 minutes on the clock for you, just for posterities. But appreciate you first time that someone actually heard stuff out. I felt naked, but I'm here to learn, so thank you. You, unfortunately, guys, are in the wrong place if you guys want me to just stroke your egos and tell you everything is fine. Starry FR. Je me demande si c'est pour France, quoi. Je me demande si c'est parce que t'es français et que Deep in Paris aussi c'est en français et que Clue aussi c'est en français. Je me demande si t'es français, quoi. Anyways, let's listen to the song together. Let's talk about it thereafter. And we got 10 minutes on the clock, so let's go!
For so long. What do you think she's planning? Well, that's what you have to find out. She trusts you, or at least she wants you to think that she does. Great. It's awesome.
Ain't never telling the reason. I'm going up to the ceiling. Ain't never killing my feelings. Don't hit me, I don't wanna see it. Keep pushing me over the edge. I know that you can conceive it. Girl, that's what I'm feeling. Just don't even know how I'm feeling. I feel it numb, cause you don't know what you want from me. I'm feeling dumb, cause I can't tell what you're running from me. I feel so dumb, the exhaustion catching on to me. Now the sky feels emotions moving on for me. And I'm alone now. Yeah, I thought you could tell. All these strings around my belt, and I was joking for your head. Once you open my power skull, once you end up getting up, I just said what you felt. Was it heaven? Was it hell? Looking in your eyes, yeah, I can tell. I ain't mean to hurt you, bitch, prevail. I'm sorry, but I'm fucking on my head. I need that after. Can't believe you saw that. I need to listen. Baby, would you call that? Know you heard difference. Where I could have not bad. I wasted my life for something, but I don't want that. Keep looking to whatever. Can't feel this way forever. There's like a million times I'll break, but a few I won't sever. I'm getting fed up with this shit. You can call me whenever. I'm writing songs like every day. Feels like I'm writing letters. Ain't never telling the reason. I'm going up to the ceiling. Ain't never killing my feelings. Don't hit me, I don't wanna see it. Keep pushing me over the edge. I know that you can conceive it. Girl, that's what I'm feeling. Just don't even know how I'm feeling. I feel it numb, cause you don't know what you want from me. I'm feeling dumb, cause I can't tell what you're running from me. I feel so dumb, the exhaustion catching on to me. Now the sky feels emotions moving on for me.
I turned that off. Does it turn itself back on? Why does it turn itself back on? I never asked for that. Fuck off. Oh my God, I hate that. I hate that so fucking much. Okay. Buddy. Starry. We got a lot of work to do, bud. Why is this out there? I don't understand. Like, is there a part that I missed where this is acceptable in the music industry? Because I cannot understand. If I had no lyrics, I would literally not be able to tell you one word that you guys said. For several reasons. And it's like, the thing is, if it was just the pronunciation, I'd be like, okay, that's fine. It's still charming. Sometimes an accent in a foreign language can be charming. But the pronunciation / diction, not understandable. The timing, too. Sometimes your vocals are right off the grid and just doing their own thing, too. Not okay. And lastly, and mostly the biggest problem here, I think, is that we have a mixing issue here where you have everything working against you to be understood in your lyrics. I don't know if there's any other way to do this except for a full, like, rework of the entire mix. Like, I don't necessarily see how you're going to get around not remixing vocals. At least the vocals. The rest of it is bad because, again, we have other problems. First of all, your kick and your sub, almost inaudible. Like, I have to lean in really close to understand what it is that's actually happening in the low end of your track. And that is because the rest of your frequencies, the mids and the high mids and the high end, are all so loud in the track, including those vocals, which, funny that they're so loud because I can't understand them at all. They're pushing that compressor, that master limiter on the end of your channel way back on the low end so that it can make room for all of these dominating frequencies. So I'm going to tell you something right now, Starry. You should probably stop mixing with a limiter or your mastering effects on. You should probably start learning how to do a mix first, balancing all of your frequencies out, then one by one applying your mastering effects, your limiting effects, after you've already created your mix. Because this is the symptom of someone who's just pushing things, because they get less audible, and then suddenly all of the faders are at +10, except for like 2 things, and it's the only 2 things that you're willing to compromise on. It's the kick and the sub, and those are the things that should be audibly the loudest in your mix, and then you layer things out other ways, cleverly, not just with volume. Or just EQing high mids into your vocals so that it could cut through. It doesn't. So you got kick, sub, and bass was a big problem. We're getting not enough of that. The diction and the timing of your vocals, not super great. Not only is it mixed way too high in the high mids as well, you have your entire production stepping on those vocals even further. So let's listen in when we listen to the part where your vocals actually come in here. You have such synth density in this section in specific, the section where you should be kind of clearing up some space in those frequencies so that your vocals can shine through, like where you're ducking middle frequencies so you can actually have some of the middle frequencies from your voice come through without having to push them up. Cut before adding. This is additive mixing, and it doesn't work. It does not work because you get way too much of everything. Sam, you got to bounce. See you all next time. Have a good rest of the stream. Thank you, Sam. Thanks for being with us as always. Thanks for being a subscriber and part of the crew. We appreciate you very, very much. Okay, so yeah, like this is clearly additive mixing techniques, and again, those have been long since tried and tested and don't really work as well as subtractive mixing techniques, especially for music like this, where everything is so capable of producing such a broad frequency spectrum, broad band of frequencies, I should say. Like, you don't need to up-mix things. That much, at least. What else do we got? We got a couple of moments here. You got a couple of moments where there's just random dropouts of the entire volume, and I'm like, what? Why? I forget where they are. I gotta find one. That! Why? Why? What does that do? What are you doing for your song? You're not giving our ears a break, not a sufficient break. We have way too much mid frequencies in the rest of the song. Why would this, what is this doing for our song? Is it for contrast? It's not giving us contrast. Is it for like a moment of breath? We don't have enough time. It's not enough quiet. We don't have a break the entire way through. The only break that we get is the end. That's the break from your song, is the outro. Mistake. The shape of your song. It goes up, it stays, and then it goes back down. That's a mistake as well. That's not how you write music. You write music where you have the intention of growing it forever until the song is over. Like, you give us shape, you give us a moment of break, and then you come back up. But the overall shape, if you start here, you come down, you go up, you come down, you go up, you come down, and you go up one last time, the overall shape is still increasing in interest, velocity, volume, power, dynamics, complexity. There are so many ways you can achieve this. There are so many tools you have to continue this shape, this transient design of increasing the reason why I should continue to listen to your song. If you're staying the same throughout, there's no reason for me to continue to verse 2. If verse 1 and verse 2 are identical, you're going to be goddamn sure that verse 3 is identical. Or if you get to verse 3 and you actually change something, too late, because by verse 2, I'm bored. It's just the way you write music. You keep the attention. You don't just grab it the first time. You keep it. The high mids, the last thing I'll say, that's 10 minutes either way. The last thing that I will say about this track is that the high mids are painful. The high mids, and this is a very easy fix. You need to just EQ your things properly. That is just the way you achieve that. You just re-EQ things so that they do not kill your ears, and you have to constantly be pushing things higher and higher. You take away frequencies from other things so that you can make place for the natural frequencies of some things. And then if you still need, then you add a little bit, and that's all you need. That's all you need to do. But anyways, that's pretty much all I got to say about your song here. Thank you, Starry, for allowing us to listen to it online together, provide comments, criticism, feedback, analysis, what have you. I don't think it's close to done. Personally. I don't think this should be released. I respectfully say this, Starry. I don't think this should be a song that is like, hey, everybody listen to this. I think this is the kind of song you post on SoundCloud as it is, and then you go to feedback streamers who actually give you feedback like this and tell you what needs to be improved, because you need to develop your ear for what your song needs. And I think that that's going to be a far harder challenge than all of the rest that I've told you. Even if I tell you what to do, you need to start developing your ear so that you know in the future, okay, let's not do this thing again. So start practicing these techniques and start going to get people's feedback on your song before it gets out there. We don't need things published and clouding the collection of music that exists in this world more than we already are doing. We don't need more of that. We need less of that. So we need better songs and more of them. That's how that works. Either way, sorry, thank you for trusting us with your track. We love you, we appreciate you, and we are moving on down the line, so stick around as we move to Jack with Cheese. Jack with Cheese 2 Alt. You have to go, sorry, Mike, playing patch 8, Baldur's Gate 3. Motherfucker. I am so close. I'm so close. We'll play Baldur's Gate 3 together. If I'm able to stream playing Baldur's Gate 3, we're going to play live together for sure. For sure. For sure. We might not do a campaign, but we might do a subs-only Baldur's Gate 3 game. How about that? New computer incoming, guys. I swear I'm prepared to go into so much debt to make this happen. I'm prepared to go into literal debt. I cannot afford it. I will do it either fucking way. Because I'm fed up with this computer. I'm fed up with it. Dial D&B is any genre okay, mate? I'm assuming you're referring to drum and bass. Is my assumption correct? But yes, any genre is fine. I don't genre discriminate. That was terrible. All right, we got Jack with cheese, with cheeser. Jack with cheeser. I don't know, whatever it is. We got it here. We got this song, "I Want to Be With You" by Who Knows. So we're gonna put 10 minutes on this timer. It is ready to go. So let us begin. Oh, I do have recent timers here. Cool. So let us begin by listening to it and talking about it all within DNB. Thank you for following the stream and supporting it in the way you do. Let's listen to "I Want to Be With You" by Who Knows. 10 minutes on the clock. Let's go!
I've been tracing your name in the stars at night, wondering if you see me in the same soft light. Every little word, every glance you give is like the song I was meant to live. I don't wanna rush, I just wanna know, do you feel the spark or do you feel it grow? Is it just a dream or something real? Tell me, how do you feel? I just wanna be where you are. Hold your hand, dance on the shooting stars. No more dreaming, no more waiting. You and me, no hesitating. Every road I take, every step I choose, lead me back to you. I wanna be with you. Oh, every laugh, every touch is a perfect scene, like a melody playing just for me. I don't need a sign, I don't need a clue. All I know is I won't be with you. Maybe it's fate, maybe it's time, maybe love's been waiting on the borderline. If I take your hand, if I make a move, would you meet me there? Would you feel it too? Oh, would you feel it too? I just wanna be where you are. Hold your hand, dance on the shooting stars. No more dreaming, no more waiting. You and me, no hesitating. Every road I take, every step I choose leads me back to you. I wanna be with you. Oh, si tu savais tout ce qu'il ressent, mon cœur est métaphé depuis si longtemps. Sur la lune, écoute ma voix. Je t'implique, tu n'y crois. Now we're standing face to face. No more doubts, no more empty space. Every wish, every silent prayer. Let me to you, I'm fine. I just wanna be where you are. Hold your hand, dance on the shooting stars. No more dreaming, no more waiting. You and me, no hesitating. Every road I take, every step I choose leads me back to you. I wanna be with you. I just wanna be where you are. I wanna be with you. On the moon, you're my shining star. I wanna be with you. No more waiting and no more dreaming. You and me, love is beaming. I just wanna be where you are. I wanna be with you. Feel your heartbeat, feel the fire. I wanna be with you. No more chasing, no more losing. You and me, love is choosing. I just wanna be with you. Oh yeah, I wanna be with you.
Okay. God damn it. It keeps turning autoplay back fucking on. Someone find a way to permanently turn autoplay off. Son of a bitch. Someone help. Okay. Okay, here's the thing, Jack with cheese. I love cheese. Let's just start by saying that. I love cheese very much. I'm a cheese enthusiast. Sweet dreams are made of cheese. Who am I to disagree? I think you got a lot of practice ahead of you. I'm going to say it right off the bat. I think there's a lot of things that need addressing before I address anything in particular with regards to the music making or anything like that. You have a lot of work ahead of you with regards to nailing pitch and with regards to nailing timing with your vocals specifically. You also need to realize that there are some things that sound better at certain levels and certain volumes and certain frequencies in your track, but that is by far secondary to the big work that you have to do here, which is to learn how to properly use your voice to communicate your ideas. I'm not a singing teacher, so I have a hard time sort of communicating here, but I know for a fact when I hear like the pitch and timing being off, I know for a fact that we have a problem. So, Cool Cat, I think you need to sing with more confidence to hit the notes you're trying to hit. It's just off key. It's off beat too, and I feel like the instrumental was something free off YouTube or something. Yeah. But again, if you're trying to download a free instrumental off YouTube just to demonstrate lyrical and melodic ideas, I don't care. I have no problem with that. I hated the instrumental throughout. There was missing bass throughout the entire thing, but I'm not going to comment on that because that is by far not the smallest problem in comparison here. But if you're going to use tracks on YouTube for whatever reason, you need to make sure you're on time with them and in key with them. Yes, but there are issues with that because one, I use a DAW that doesn't have much help with vocals, and two, my voice is crap. Well, yeah, like he said, practice makes perfect. You don't need necessarily a DAW that helps you with vocals. What you should probably consider doing first, because it doesn't sound like you have an idea of where you want those melodies to go. It's kind of like a rough draft. This is the kind of stuff where if I hear a melody or something that is like just in my head and I'm just trying to get it on tape kind of thing, and I'm just trying to like find a beat online, I'll just like, I just want to be where you are, and like just kind of record it so that it is noted. That seems to be where you stopped. So that the steps after this step of having written the ideas, very broad strokes written, the ideas are, you listen to the notes that you like, you listen to the notes that you don't, you find an instrument that you can play and kind of transcribe which notes work better with which sections, or you could very well on your DAW piano roll them out, literally just open up a DAW section and like just start composing the notes that you want to hear on which section, and then trying to sing as close to those notes as possible. It doesn't matter how you go about it, but one thing is for sure, you're going to need to perform with far more accuracy, my dude, because there are some points where I'm like, I know what you're going for, and then there are others where it's like, I don't know what you're trying to convey. And that is by far a bigger problem. So in this particular case, and please don't take this as an insult, Jack, but there are moments where I'm almost tempted for this kind of stuff that you type in your lyrics to an AI generator program, you describe the sound of the instrumental that you want to hear, and then what you do is you bring that AI track that kind of, it puts together your ideas, and it slams them together in like a rough-ish idea of what you want, and then you take that into a DAW, and you like record the vocals in the DAW, like you record it over, and then you start adding your instrumentals in and stuff like that. And there's ways of going about it, but that would be. Why is my computer just like? Jesus Christ! It is just literally. Oh my God. Anyways, yeah, it's just you need some practice, dude. You need some practice. You need to really take your voice and develop the ways that you express your ideas. You need to be far more on key. So if you have an instrument that you can play along with while you sing, so you can lock on to a pitch, then do that. If you need a reference pitch in your DAW that you have to like piano roll out, do that. And if you need something that that is a reference like that's already kind of designed for you, jump to AI, man. Like this is the kind of time where AI can actually help you express, quote unquote, the ideas that you're going for with a sort of more accurate, like closer to what you were imagining compared to all of the music that you probably listen to and love on a daily basis. Either way, thank you for allowing us to listen to it online together, to provide the comments, criticism, feedback, analysis, what have you. Like Zulieth, I don't know what I'm supposed to be saying there. Zulieth, like we'll just say Zully for now. Like Zully says, it does take guts to share something this raw and this sort of early on in the developmental stage. So I appreciate the confidence of trying to put yourself out there. I'm not going to rag on you for the quality, because the reality is you come to a feedback stream, something with something that needs to be improved, and you ask, how can I improve it? I'm not going to spit on you for that. I'm going to actually congratulate you for coming in earnest. So I appreciate you coming by and letting us talk about this. Yes, it's rough. Can it get better, and how? I think I've outlined those steps, and I think that you from here can take those steps and improve your technique, and it'll allow you to become a better musician over time. Either way, thank you for trusting us with your track. We appreciate you nonetheless, Jack, with cheese. We like cheese. Zully the Witch. Okay, cool. I didn't see sometimes my brain doesn't make letters work in the way that it does. But Zully the Witch, you are next. Jack, stick around. As I say to everyone, there are some songs that when I listen to them, and you hear my comments on them, you actually get some ideas for your own songs. So a lot of the time while we're listening to someone else's track, we have a lot of like sort of feedback that can be targeted or directed towards us. So please stick around. You might learn something. We're pulling up your track here, Zully. By the way, ladies and gentlemen, shameless plug, our SoundCloud for Studio Mike is absolutely out. So soundcloud.com/the_studio_Mike. I got all the stuff that I have played before and after the stream begins and ends, as well as some of the stuff that I play live every now and then. So go and check that out if you care to listen to some of the stuff that I do, if you're curious about what kind of stuff I make. Anyone here like Sleep Token? Fuck yes! Fuck yes, I like Sleep Token. Chokehold and that whole album with Chokehold on it, I forget what it's called. Awesome production, awesome songwriting, awesome journey that they have put me through on that album. Fucking loved that album. Take Me Back to Eden. Yes, exactly. Incredible album. Cool Cat Dude, not a fan, but I don't hate him or anything. That's fair. It's not everyone's aesthetic, but the dynamics of that give me everything that I need for that album. I highly recommend, if everyone's wants to listen to something gritty but masterfully produced in a way that is just satisfying, check out Take Me Back to Eden by Sleep Token. It is just an amazing album. Someone showed me that this year, and I'm like, how have I not heard of these? How are we not funding this? Yeah, I respect the level of production, and I know they're awesome live. That's what I've heard as well, is their live show is something to behold as well. So I'm like, I'm all on board for that kind of shit. All right, Zully the Witch. We got Zully the Witch, a.k.a. Eclipse. There's a great Luna song, K-pop band, former K-pop band, or group, I should say, called Eclipse by Kim Lip. It's a really good song. Really, really good song. All right. Is it Kim Lip is Eclipse? Yeah, I think it is. Anyways, let's listen to Transient Dearest by Eclipse, a.k.a. Zully the Witch. We got 10 minutes on the clock for you, folks. So let's listen to the song and talk about it in that time. 10 minutes on the clock. Let's go!
Searching for you, but things don't stay the same, 'cause they always just break and shape into a new thing, and I am tired of making sure I'm still okay, and then I just fall into despair, collapsing in the dark of the void. I can't even explain it. One of us changes, one of us breaks, and one of us stays on the path that we worship. Did we deserve it? Was it all worth it? Was it all free? Stars above us are burning. Are we stuck yearning? Are we stuck hurting? Are we ashamed? Maybe all of what's doing that's what we assumed. Didn't let it keep blooming. Now we're just strangers again. Transient dearest, the end. Now we are strangers again. Transient dearest, the end.
Okay, that's good. Okay, listen, this is not done. Stop it. Someone, I need help. I need someone to look up how to permanently deactivate autoplay on my SoundCloud account. Period. Okay, either way, this is lovely. The harmonies are indeed great, orality. The vocals, the voice is lovely, would love to work around with it. This is my point here too, Nin, is that this song is not complete, but it basically has all of the building blocks already within it, and it needs to be severely rearranged and severely rethought. So first of all, I wrote already that your intro was long and your first verse is longer, and then you jump into a chorus. So this is where I want to rework rework your song altogether. How to do this? I think your intro, first of all, with just guitar and like a little bit of keys on it, is double the length that it actually needs to be. You could very well cut that in half, number one. Number two, this verse with just vocals with just vocals on it is way too long. It just vocals with the rest of what you've already introduced to us. You are not growing this song out fast enough. But there's a way to resolve that. So what you're going to do is you're going to cut this verse in half, okay? This verse is now 2 verses. You have half 1, that is verse 1, and half 2, that is verse 2. Then you're going to put verse 2, you're going to cut that out. Let's say we snip it out and drop that part like as if it doesn't exist in that place anymore in time. We go straight from verse 1 here. You know what? I'm gonna need drums on this. So I'm gonna see if it can like handle it. I'm gonna call up Logic here. We're gonna see if it can handle doing multiple things at the same time. And if it starts showing signs that my computer is about to crash, then I promise you I will quit Logic, and my computer will probably still crash, in all likeliness. So just for fair warning, I might have to reboot the stream a 3rd time. No, I'm really hoping it doesn't come to that. But the reason that I'm pulling up the drums is because we need to rework and reorganize this song a little bit here. So let's put that down there for now. Now, okay, so you have verse 1, which is half of this, and verse 2, which is half of this. Then you have this chorus here, chorus 1, we're going to call it for now.
I just fall into despair, collapsing in the dark of the void. I can't
Then you have a second chorus here.
even explain it. One of us changes, one of us breaks.
As a matter of fact, no, this sounds more like a pre-chorus here, what you have here. This sounds more like a pre-chorus.
And I just fall into.
Yeah, we're going to call this pre-chorus 1, this section, because this section is far more chorusy.
I can't even explain it. One of us changes, one of us breaks, and one of us stays. On the path that we worship, did we deserve it? Was it all worth it? Was it all free? Stars
That is your chorus 1, right there. Just that little section that we just played. Then you have a chorus 2.
above us are burning. Are we stuck yearning? Are we stuck hurting? Are we ashamed? Maybe all of one.
A repeat chorus, but with slightly different vocals. I like it. It's a good idea. It's a good idea to have a repeating chorus.
Stone, that's what we assumed. Didn't let it keep blooming. Now we're just straight.
And a post-chorus. And a post-chorus. So again, you have all these Lego blocks. You have all of these Lego blocks.
Yours again. Transient.
Is that what your pre-chorus does as well?
Just fall into despair.
Okay, I know what we need to do. So I know the shape. So, firstly, intro. That's it. Just jump straight into this.
I've been
After halfway. Even if you want, just literally, as if you started literally here.
I've been searching for you, but things don't stay the same.
Okay, verse 1. And then, it's working, but it's got a little phasing thing going on, so I'm going to fix that real quick. Just going to do that. There we go. Cool. Okay, so then we need a pre-chorus. We need a pre-chorus, but we only need half a pre-chorus. We only need a little teaser. So we want a pre-chorus, this pre-chorus, with no drums, with just the vocals and just like a little...
Into despair, collapsing in the dark of the void.
And then... Oh, got ads! Oh, no! Okay, well, I'm going to pause it because it's actually far more worth it to talk about to talk about this productively while after she gets ads. So we're going to just play the ad song while her song... That chord is nice. I think you're back at this point. If I'm not mistaken, I see the ad indicator. So I think you're back here. All right. So I'm going to restart the timer because it's worth it to finish your song in like proper form here. Okay. So if I were to okay, you know what is actually a lot easier to do? A lot easier to do here. Let's just make this all visible here. Let's do this. Okay. I should have been doing this from the start, technically, but this is going to be your song as it is. I'm going to draw on it with red ink. So we got the intro, we got verse 1, we got verse 2, and then we got like pre-chorus or so. Then we got a long ass chorus. Then we got a post-chorus, and then we got the outro. Okay, so for the intro, obviously I would say you start around there either way. Oh, well, I don't know what the arrow is for necessarily. Let's just, okay, I don't know. Whatever. I would say you start it personally right there. Either way, like cut it halfway, like give us some time to breathe. Then verse 1 is fine where it is. Then what you've got here is you've got a jump. You want to basically, actually now that I do need the arrow, funny enough, you want to basically make a jump to pre-chorus 1, but only halfway. You want to just basically give us a little jump, a little preview, if you will. Fuck off. We want just a little taste of the pre-chorus with a little bit of ride, okay? Then, from there, you're going to give us a taste of the chorus. Taste 1 of the chorus. We don't need all of the chorus. Again, we only need half of a chorus. We get taste 1 of the chorus, or the chorus 1 is half chorus. Then, from there, we get a little post-chorus. Again, only half of what we have, okay? Then from there, we come, can I even keep drawing at this point? Yes, okay. From there, we come back to verse 2. This is going to be really confusing if I don't start labeling things. We come back to verse 2 from that jump. Then you do a full pre-chorus, full chorus, full post-chorus, and then you're out. And then that song is in full shape. That's, I guess, what it is. So, I hope that this makes some sense. I hope with the VOD you'll be able to like restructure it a little bit more, but that's pretty much the way that I would structure your song, is by cutting the Lego blocks that I do have access to, quote unquote, and cutting them all in their proper place. Because what that will do is, instead of saying, I have an intro, Vampire, thank you for the follow, I appreciate that. If instead of just saying, I have an intro, I have the verse, I have the pre-chorus, I have the chorus, I have the post-chorus, and I have the outro, which is very like this and then back down. What this does is that it builds, like it starts at a bit of like a similar place, and then it builds up a little bit, and then it builds up a lot in the first chorus, and then it comes back down to a soft post-chorus. And in verse 2, this is why I needed to activate the drums specifically, is because for verse 2, I would have full out. something like that to have for verse 2 specifically. And that's the timer ringing, so that's perfectly exactly when I wanted to end it. Because that again, we need this song to use what it has and then shape itself over time. We want that. We want that shape. We want those transients. So take whatever screenshot you need of this mess. I would say be careful with it because it'll be far more efficient with an explanation. But anyways, that's pretty much all I have to say about your song. Thank you for allowing us to listen to it online together, Zully. Thank you for allowing us to talk about it, provide feedback, comments, criticism, analysis, what have you. Again, I think everybody can agree that your voice is quite lovely, and you've done wonderful things with the harmonies and with the sort of aesthetics in each snapshot in time that you do have. Now you need to know which points go where in time, because it will allow for your song to be like universally more acclaimed. And that's pretty much all I have to say. Thank you for trusting us with your track. Zully the Witch, ladies and gentlemen, otherwise known as Eclipse. We are moving on. Zully, feel free to stick around as we move on to the next one in line. We got Demigod, who apparently has a track that just came out. Most likely, it's been a while that I've seen them in the chat, so I don't know if they are still here necessarily, but we're going to check that very shortly. I don't think so. I don't believe I see Demigod. Nope, Demigod is not in the in the queue. So we're going to skip over. Is Demigod a sub? Does someone know? I don't think so. No, I don't believe so. Did you see my message about the auto cue? With SoundCloud open, if you hit Q, it's a keyboard shortcut. Oh shit, yeah, look at that. To pull up the auto cue menu, you may need to do that every time. That's the only solution I found. I guess when you disable the auto cue, it only sticks when you have that same tab open or something. And the worst part is when I click a tab or when I click a link in the chat, it opens up a new tab automatically, no matter what shortcut I click on. So it's not like it's sticking to the rules. It's restarting every single fucking time. But thank you for the Q shortcut at least. Literally Q. Funny. Okay, we're moving on, folks. Demigod, you gotta be here to get your music listened to. Period. That includes when I start playing the track. If you're not here while I'm playing it, I just stop the song. So Zach Brass music is up next, followed by Cool Cat Dude. Cool Cat Dude, get your link ready because I didn't see Zach Brass in the chat either. I do not see Zach Brass in the chat. This is what happens: is a bunch of people go like, "Oh, cool! I want to listen to get my song reviewed," and then they leave. And I get that people have to go, no problem. But yeah, we're gonna move on. Cool Cat Dude. Not only are we gonna exercise your trick on your track, but we are going to listen to your track. And seeing as you're a subscriber, I will put 15 minutes on the clock. Bada boom. But give me a link in the queue, please. In the chat, please. Cool Cat Dude, we appreciate you. Oscar August, thank you for joining us. We appreciate you joining the queue. Welcome back. Also, Oscar August, nice to see ya, dude. All right, this is the awkward part where I'm like waiting for SoundCloud to load because my computer is too slowed. But I'm surprised it loaded up Logic without crashing. So let's turn off, let's not tempt the devil, let's actually turn off software monitoring. It's not a full release, don't let the public link fool you. I didn't. I let the 217 plays fool me. And the 5 likes and the 2 reshares. It's a collab with my homie from Australia. Yeah. These people that aren't here for Q just send their songs to all the Twitch feedback streams for play. That's what they're doing, right? Seems that way, Specker. Hi, welcome back, by the way. Nice to see you. Appreciate you being with us. Seems that way. These people that aren't here for the Q just send their... Yeah, it seems that way. Like, they kind of just throw their name into the ring, and if they're here, they're here. But they have no patience for the actual feedback. And that's the whole point of this fucking day. Stream hoppers. I'm not against stream hopping, but if you want any form of productive feedback, that's not how it works. Long form conversation is a real thing, and I keep it even relatively short form considering that. All right. Although we're 2 hours in. All right, so we got this non-full release collab with a buddy of yours from Australia, Cool Cat Dude, Straya for all those rest of us. Yeah. So, my computer. It's not liking the loading. I might close Logic. Well, let's stick with it for now. Let's see if it makes it through the play. So here we go. Drum and bass. Cause featuring Cool Cat. Tundra. Is that how you pronounce it in Australia? It's a tundra. You're going to the tundra. All right, that's enough racist comments here. Let's listen to Cause featuring Cool Cat by Tundra. Let's hear it. All right. So we remembered at the last minute to actually press the Q button. But yeah, we got to it. So what do we got here? It's pronounced Hilux. I laughed audibly at that, Specker. That was very funny. First part's heat. Second part's heat. I totally agree with that. The first drop is like, okay. It's good even, I would say. Like... Yeah, so the thing that's weird with that pad in the first part, Specker, is that I think it's sort of like oscillating slowly. It's kind of doing like a vinyl speed up and slow down kind of thing. Almost like slow chorusing kind of thing. But I kind of like it. I kind of think that it adds some really nice contrast to the rest of the very digital. Yeah, I kind of agree with you, Dial D&B. It's been a while since I've drank water. So I personally actually kind of dig the that oscillating sort of weird sound. It also sounds like you've spread your bass track. Your bass track doesn't sound centered. Your sub and bass. It sounds like you spread it. And I don't hate the effect, but I feel like if you were to keep, like majoritarily centered, working with your kick more than anything else, you might have a little bit more room for your synth to breathe outward. Whereas right now your bass is occupying a lot of those wide frequencies. And again, it's unusual. I don't think it's against the feel of the track, but I do think it could be tightened up a little bit closer to the center so that your synth could take its spot, if you will. What else do we got here? An obvious one, by the way, that I didn't say to you, Cool Cat, 420 milliseconds. Let's make it so that we don't lose information from your track. Oh no, it sounds actually... Never mind. I guess it was SoundCloud that misplayed it before. You actually have a micro amount of... I would put a tiny bit more silence, and that's pretty quick, but I don't hate that. That's not a problem. That's not a problematic lack of silence. It's just very quick to play. But there is no zero crossing points infringement there, so that's well done. Never mind. I will say one thing here, though, Cool Cat Dude. This song is neither E nor is it major, okay? E major is this. That's an E major. Your song is like E flat minor suspended fourth. Suspended fourth, but an augmented, like a ninth, like an augmented ninth or something like that. Listen to that chord. That's that chord. That's E flat minor augmented ninth. Like, not at all major, not even close to major. I'm still learning music theory. It's fine. I'm just tugging your chain there. I give you a hard time because I think you could take it. But either way, I think there's a bit too much stereo too after hearing it on multiple speakers. I definitely got some fine tuning there. Yeah, your stereo image does not sound finished. It doesn't sound like in its end phase, is I guess the way I'd say that. Totally hear what you're saying. My bad, bro. I was cooking dinner for the kids and my phone was on charge. Next time, though, I mean, dude, if you care to rejoin the queue and go through the lineup, you're always more than welcome to. But there's no harm, no foul. You got kids to take care of. That's always priority. So do that first. Don't feel bad for that. Just update the tag to E flat minor augmented ninth. There's a way of doing that. It's E minor aug 9. That's how you do it. E flat minor augmented 9. Or actually, it would be E flat minor. Wait, E flat minor aug 9. That's exactly the tag. That's correct. That is correct. All right. I like the ending. I like this second drop, man. The first drop gives me nice textures, nice ambience. It sets the tone. Yeah, I like it. But then that break, it gives us context, it gives us space, it gives us that vocal, that sort of like reverby vocal that provides that sort of context for what's about to happen. Brilliant. It gives me Plantcore vibes. It makes me think a little bit of Zale. Does that make any sense? Listen to the background. Listen to those ticka 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 synths that are going on in the background. Not the main synths. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely, dude. That is super cool, the effect that's doing. See, here, in contrast, this drop has a far more firm grasp of what's going on in the stereo image, in my opinion. So I don't know whose drop this was, but this one feels far more solid and far more, this is where this is going to go, this is where that's going to go, and we know what we're doing with this section, if you will. So I'm really happy about that. I'm really happy about that. This drop, I don't think I have any notes for it. It's placing things where it needs to be. It's busier than the first drop. It's giving me life, like literal life, like it's growing. It grows like into its own. Listen, just listen. Sounds like if I water it, it'll grow into something bigger. Such a good mid-drop break, too. Okay, so I will say this. That second drop is very close. I would personally not mind more drop in this song. So personally, what I would do is I would use this drop almost like a post-second drop. I would copy-paste some of these elements with maybe some of the new that we've learned along the way. We bring along some of the friends that we've met along the way, but we take what we have here, drop that into this section here, because it'll be a far more complete song. It's only 1:52. It's under 2 minutes. It has so much time to expand. So now, as it is now, I'm not getting a lot of drop for the amount of build. Like, the ratio is off. The ratio's off! Anybody who watches It's Always Sunny, shout outs to anyone who always watches It's Always Sunny. So yeah, the ratio will be rebalanced if you take this entire drop and you just drop it right there. It'll just give us a nice little outro kind of vibe. Again, bring some shit that you've brought into your drop back into that section, throw it together, make it a party. Make it a party. And then you should have something that's pretty much done, pretty much good to go, honestly. I gotta head to bed. Take care, everyone. Wicked track, Cool Cat. Orality, take care. Have a good Betty bye. Thank you for stopping by. We appreciate you. You can command leave the queue if you don't have time to stick around, but we appreciate you nonetheless. All right. Believe it or not, that pretty much concludes what I have to say about the song, because the rest of these elements are kind of doing what they need to. Would I like a second chord progression that kind of changes up the feel of the song's textures itself? Yes, I would. Would I like it to kind of transition in a way from one drop to another? I don't love that transition. I've heard this a couple of times today, where people kind of just like cut out the drums and then it's a break time kind of thing. I don't love that. I think that there could be something done about that. Is it necessary considering how active the rest of the track is? No, it is not necessary. It is the kind of forethought that I would allow for sure. Like I would be grateful for that kind of foresight in the end track, I believe, but it's not like crucial to the existence of this track, and it stands up on its own 2 feet despite that. Either way, that's pretty much all I have to say about your song. We're just under 12 minutes expired either way. Thank you, Cool Cat Dude 69, awesome name, first of all, for allowing us to listen to the song, provide comments, criticism, feedback, analysis, what have you, all together here on the interwebs. Thanks for being a subscriber and supporting the stream in the way that you do. We appreciate you for that. Would love to submit. I think I'm gonna pass. Wait a minute. What did you say? I think I'm going to pass. I missed the thing. I think I'm going to pass. I missed the thing here, dude. Good clap there, Dial D and B. It's both of ours. Oh, I see. It's both of ours. I think I'm going to pass the drop to Tundra. Me and my other buddies started a record label, and this is going to be one of their first releases. I mean, yeah, dude, we've talked about that either way. I don't think I don't think I have anything else to say about this track. So thank you either way for trusting us with your track. We appreciate you. Stick around, Cool Cat, as we listen to the next songs on the list. We got Jeremy. Are you with us, Jeremy Baramy? I see you in the chat, in theory. Now, are you with us for real? Are you actually with us? That's unfortunate. Much love back to you, Cool Cat Dude. 69. Ha! Where... Jeremy! Last chance. I see you in the chat, so I'm going to tag you. I'm going to tag you in the chat one more time in case you're not on ears. Although you should have already seen that. Always appreciate the listen and solid reviews. Remember to take notes, y'all. Yes, you can take notes, or you can see the VODs on the Twitch channel for the first 2 weeks that they are here, and then go check out our YouTube. Oh God, I hate that sample so much. Go check out the past streams in the YouTube, on the YouTubes at our YouTube channel, so you can go and check out past streams that we have already compiled or sort of just re-uploaded onto there. We are in the editing process and making those reviews a little bit more condensed and a little bit more juicy even. Jeremy is here. Hello. Yes, give me a link in the chat here, Jeremy. Thank you for being with us, or thank you for continuing to be with us. We're going to pull up this link now as we speak, and I'm going to light this up. Would you open this link for fuck's sake? Emma said this was the stronger one, and I taste it right away. This is that dank. This is that goody. This is that dank goody that is a little harsher on the throat, if I'm being honest. But still not bad. What is with people submitting tracks that are already released? I just, again, like, if I were in your place, would not feel good knowing that something is released, but knowing that it would have needed all of the shit that I'm about to say to it. And I don't know necessarily that there are things that I'm going to say about it, but I'll tell you right now, it's likely it's likely that I'll find things. I think it's good to know for the future. Harry Muffin Man, also great name as well. We got a series of people with fantastic usernames here. I think it's good to know for the future, yes, but I think it's far easier to work something. Hold on, I'm pulling up your other link here, Jeremy. So we're sure we're doing this one, the second one. We're sure about this. It's just like, that's the thing for me, is if I was going to a feedback streamer and I have taken finished songs to a feedback reviewer and someone told me some stuff and I was like, well, it's not changing because it's released and I'm not going back into that project file to change all of that stuff. So I'm like, what's the point of me getting feedback, I guess, on a track that I know is just not going to change under any circumstances. So that's sort of how I feel about it. And the other thing is that, again, if someone mentions something that I didn't think of necessarily, that it's like, oh shit, we have a release track with mistakes on it, I'm gonna feel worse about my own music. So anyways, that's just the way I think about it. But either way, you've corrected it. On My Hip by Jeremy. Nice little artwork too, implying gunslingers, which is cool because we like a gunslinger. We are Percival Fredrickson von Musel Kowalski de Rolo III stands in this household. We absolutely are. Who just submitted? It was Cool Cat. Cool Cat Dude 69. And now it is Jeremy. All right, let's start, Jeremy. Let's listen to the song that we got here. 10 minutes on the clock. And we are going to listen to On My Hip and talk about it all in that time. 10 minutes. Let's go!
See, I got a dime, man. Don't you even try, man. Enemies gon' bleed once I
Oh boy, the fade out. I'm just going to mark that as a note. I'm going to have to fix that. All right, so a couple of things here. Oops, nope, that's not the right. I'm not on the right page, Jesus. I went to the wrong. There we go, fade out. Okay, we got a couple things here. The vibe, I do agree with you, Cool Cat Dude. It is a very chill, lo-fi vibe. If we didn't have lyrics, and if we didn't have something that I like can cling to understanding and like follow narratively speaking, I'd say this song is like pretty close to being done, man. But because these lyrics are in here, it's kind of throwing me off a bit as to what needs to be louder and what doesn't, because the vocals sound almost buried by the rest. And that should not be the case if it is your lead element. If the vocals, which sound like they are your lead element in this track, they should not be buried behind layers and layers of other instruments. Let's start by saying that the way that they're buried. So first of all, your kick and your bass are both super loud and domineering, and also your bass needs a little bit of actual like instruments. Lyrics are another instrument. Beat is lead element. Are you sure about that? Your beat doesn't really do anything lead special. Like, it doesn't really stand out as anything that's leady. I don't understand why you would like. I don't understand why that's the case. And if so, if the vocals are not the lead element, then why are they on all the time throughout the entire song? There's not a moment that I found after the beat drops where there's no vocals. So let's recap this here. Let's recap this class in arrangement a little bit here. Your idea is to make the beat the lead element and the vocals another, like sort of a background instrument, almost something that it acts as like a rhythm guitar, almost, if you will. But your lead element, which should be changing up and keeping things fresh and keeping things interesting, doesn't do any of that. And the background element only does that. It only changes up. You have not written your elements correctly to reflect that mix. You have not reflected your composition of your elements to reflect that mix, because this is the thing. Your mix does emphasize what you are describing, the lyrics being an instrument and the beat being the lead element. The mix, all of my notes indicate that is the case. The beat, the vocals a bit buried, the kick and bass a bit loud, the bass low notes getting lost, although that's something we got to talk about, Jeremy. Your bass low notes, the low notes, these ones here.
Man, see, I gotta die, man. Don't you even try, man. Enemies gon' bleed once I let these bullets fly.
Those ones, the super low notes, those ones are getting lost because I don't have the same subwoofer that you have that emphasizes those notes. I'm using speakers that go pretty low, but they don't go that low. So the way to contend to that so that it works with all speakers, including laptop speakers even, is by octaving that low bass an octave and giving yourself distortion and compression on that octave specifically, so that you can dial it in so that it's audible on other speakers. A heavy amount of distortion, or not a heavy amount of distortion, a decent amount of distortion or fuzz or saturation, and a heavy amount of compression so that it's always at the same level, so you can just dial it in when you need it. That's how you fix that. So that's a mixing error either way. As for composition, however, you have composed two things that are doing the inverse job that they are meant to be doing. Like, your vocals engage with me as a lead element and your beat engages with me as a rhythmic element, but you have mixed the opposite. It's not because you turn something up that it's ready. The arrangement and the composition is a big part of reflecting what it is that you're going for. If that's how you interpret it, that's just how funk is. So first of all, let me just say, I hate that. I hate that's just the way the genre is. That's just the way things are. That's just the reason that this continues to exist, because that's the way we've done things. The reason we're doing it is that's the way it's done. I hate that. If it doesn't reflect properly for your music, don't adhere to the genre stereotypes of funk. Don't do the things that are typical of your genre. Go against the grain. Make your song stand out from that genre. Influence yourself from different genres. Those are all very viable options. Don't jump into that if you can't. Because in this case, your vocals are taking the lead way too much, but it's almost like the vocals are fighting with the beat. Like the drummer, if the drummer was able to stand up and run to the front of the stage in front of the singer, that's what it feels like it's doing. And the vocals sort of kind of like peek out behind the drums. Thank you, Heracles. I appreciate you. That's really what it feels like is happening here. So decide. It sounds like you can't decide. Decide. That's the cure for that problem. Because if you decide that the vocals are the lead element, as I think they rightfully should be in this place, you need to drop the bass down, or drop the kick down, drop the bass down slightly, although emphasizing the lower notes. The left and right vocal effects that you take in the chorus of your song do need to come into the center. That is all to be improved. If not, if you're going to use the vocals as a rhythmic element, okay, recompose those vocals or reset those vocals far back, make them sparser in your song, make them something that comes in far more occasionally rather than them being constantly always on. Good guitarists will know when to play, but better guitarists will know when not to play. So negative space is your best friend if you're talking about a rhythmic element. And in terms of vocals, there is none in this song. There is no negative space for your vocals. The chorus lacks energy. That's 10 minutes. Empyrean Audio, appreciate you very much. Empyrean is a great new race from the Griffin Saddlebag. If you guys are playing D&D, the Empyrean race is pretty fucking badass. Just saw it recently. The last thing I'll talk about because we got to talk about it. That fade out was trash. I think you could do better than that. Heracles, are you good? Yes, I am good. How are you? Welcome to the stream. Appreciate you dropping in here in the first time. That is why I sent the first link. Well, no, but I don't... Dude, like, what am I going to do and tell you something that... and to tell you something is already ready? First of all, Jeremy, if I listen to something released, I've heard it today happen a couple of times. If I listen to something released, that does not by any means make it so that I will think it's ready for release. I will judge it with the same amount of rigor as I did this song. So listening to your other track and me saying similar things or different things, then honestly, you've done better today, bringing me something incomplete that needs completion. Now at least you know where you need to go. I think to really hone in what you want to do with your song, because right now it's fighting itself. Either way, thank you for allowing us to listen to it together online, to provide comments, criticism, feedback, analysis, what have you. I don't want to be the bearer of bad news. When I hear a song that is at odds with itself, it is unfortunate. It does not occur to me to release that immediately. That's just not the way that I think. That is just like, no, we need to back off of this, and we need to take a second sort of glance at this. But yeah, either way, thank you nonetheless, Jeremy, sorry for trusting us with your track. We appreciate you one way or the other, and good job on producing something that is starting to approach the realm of having a unilateral vision, every element of which will be supportive of that. So yeah, either way, well done. We're moving on down the line. Please stick around, Jeremy, as we listen to the next one, Harry Muffin Man. What a name. Please drop your track in the chat. Do I keep VODs? So, yes, I do keep VODs. Go check out the YouTube. We also keep VODs on the Twitch for the first 2 weeks. But go check out our YouTube channels, at Studio Mike. You'll be able to see all the VODs, or as many as I can remember to upload. Empyrean Audio. I didn't even know that, but I keep seeing the word pop up in fantasy stuff recently. Like there's a dungeon in New World called Empyrean Forge, which launched literally last week after I had the idea to add a section on my website named that. That's pretty cool. Pretty cool name for a website. Heracles, do you make feedback with a music video? Nope! SoundCloud only. That is the only real limit I have. That's not the only limit, but that is a limit that I have. Terrible troll. I know, right? What timing? What timing? Our submissions open today. They are indeed, and you have already joined, so there's no good. Zeal and Ardor still around with us. Very nice. And Harry Muffin Man got me the link, which I would have liked to be pulling up as I was reading all through your comments, but here we are. In the past. Not in the past, but in the present. With the past behind us. All right. I got the song ready to go. Still got him to read it out loud. I hate autoplay so much. Fuck. Reset this here. Let me give you a proper intro. So first of all, Harry Muffin Man, we got 10 minutes on the clock for you, ready to go, all queued up, and we got your song ready here. How is it turned on again? Zeal and Ardor. Every single SoundCloud, like every single time that I open a new SoundCloud link, it turns back on. It doesn't just stay off. Son of a bitch. Honestly, it might be your browser. It might be. It might be the computer. You guys have literally witnessed the problems that I've had with it today. So some of you are still around, who are still around. All right. That's my only other thing I can think of. I'm assuming what you meant. All right. Either way, we got Joe Jass, aka Harry Muffin Man here. Let's listen to the song "Left-Hearted Bandit." 10 minutes on the clock. Let's go.
Have you ever been with a bandit? Hearts on flatch and they drip when I bag them. Would you ever be with a bandit? Never stay masked, it's defense from the past tense. Nah, you never been with a bandit. Tell by the way you never leave, it's tragic. Have you ever been with a... Nah. Will you ever stay with a bandit? Most times affection makes me nauseous. I thought that would leave when the 20s start to crawl in. Is it cause I move with caution? Emotions never stored on. Cause eyes never force it, leak never force those weeps. Not a sign of strength or weakness, just define the norms. They never creeped in, but that's every weekend, season, breathing. Different though, your eyes sing a different tone. Perception must be yours to mold, but people have their pottery goals. Whether you honest as soul, life will bend you and fold things you have no control. Oh, you need an army to float up. I'm a lone soldier, you still come closer. I wonder why now. Guess I opened up to find out. Have you ever been with a bandit? Hearts on flatch and they drip when I bag them. Would you ever be with a bandit? Never stay masked, it's defense from the past tense. Nah, you never been with a bandit. Tell by the way you never leave, it's tragic. Have you ever been with a... Nah. Will you ever stay with a bandit? Bandit. We all got our own goals.
Find what we don't know, but tell me where the doors go. Follow the bandit down this long road, pay for my blood, but it shine like it's rose gold.
Started solo, left the full wing port. See a landscape, space up in the photo. For us, view the light and I need to put the aperture up. Let's keep the snap till we done. So have you ever been with the So have you ever been with the So have you ever been with the So have you
Okay. All in all, pretty great. Okay. Some timing with the vocals are off at times too, but overall very chill track. Man, I dig it. Yes, overall, I think it's great. I say great. I say it's exactly great. Neither very great nor almost great. I think we have some things to improve drastically. Because timing issues for vocals, for me, are just unacceptable. They're just an error in performance. And I get that sometimes we have ears for other things, especially when we're producing, mixing, mastering, recording the vocals, mixing the vocals. It's a lot to have your minds on. It's a lot to have your minds on. What were the timing issues y'all heard? Okay, let's listen to it.
A different tone perception must be
Right there.
always different, though your eyes sing a different tone perception.
Different, on you're Russian, the different.
Perception must be yours to mold, but people have their pottery goals, whether you
Goals, rushing.
honest as soul.
Life will bend you and fold.
Things you have no control over. You need an army to float up. I'm a lone soldier, you still come closer.
Here is rushing a little bit, I can tell as well, because it's pulling ahead and it's not really syncing up with the very, very, very cheesy synths in the background that I really don't like, these brasses. So that's another comment that I would have added to my list of stuff. These brasses can fucking burn in hell. They need far better production on them. Okay, let's start with the obvious one though. Timing issues. There is a timing issue that is blatantly a problem. And it is right here at the beginning, and it is a 420 millisecond error, is what we call it. So essentially, bar 1, beat 1, your track does not start there. Your track starts 420 milliseconds before bar 1, beat 1. Because otherwise, what happens? Your song gets cut off from the first bar. We don't hear everything. So that's a mistake. With this kind of track, I definitely think the vocals should be behind the beat a little bit just to lay everything back a little bit. Exactly. If anything, if your tracks are going to be off the beat, they already have to be, not they already, but they have to be behind it, not ahead of it. If they're ahead of it, it sounds sloppy. If they're behind it, it sounds good sloppy. You already flow laid back though. Yes, I think Zeal and Ardor, I think the beat works a lot for that effect specifically. I think the lethargy of the beat itself, the playfulness and the daintiness of it and the back and forth aspect of it, I think that does a lot for the laid back flow that the vocals are performing. It sort of coincides with it nicely and kind of synergizes with it nicely. Emma hates when I use that word, but I don't care. The other thing that I have a problem with here with these vocals, not only are they like ahead of the beat sometimes, but the mixing of them, very high passed. I think you could drop that high pass down 200 hertz, from where it is currently, because it sounds like it's around 300-400 high passed at 300-400, and you could drop that back down to 200-300, and like you would still be fine. You would still be fine. You would have plenty of low mids to work with. It's funny because it kind of sounds like if Kanye did a beat that's very young, fucking what's his name? I forget the rapper's name. I'll think of it at some point. Tyler the Creator, that's his name. It sounds like a young Tyler the Creator rapping on a Kanye beat. I'll say that the production itself of the beat, kind of. Tyler Tennyson vibes. Yeah, right, exactly. So I'll say the production of the beat itself is far more finalized. It feels far more ready for vocals than the vocals sound ready for the beat. I'll be honest with you there. You have a lot of high, like I said before, you have a lot of high mids on your vocals, not just the high pass, but high mids emphasized. I would dip those down a little bit around the 2K, 3K area, getting a little nasally effects, and it's kind of making my head kind of hurt a little bit. The other thing about vocals, can he flow it? Yes, he can. I like that. I like that a lot. Well done, Empyrean. So, the other thing about your vocals here, Harry Muffin Man, aka Jojas, Where are your doubles? Where are your double takes? Where are your ad-libs? Where are all of those things, the things that are going to augment your song and make those vocals cut through? Right now, your vocals are loud. They're loud in the mix, and they're cutting through because of those high mids.
Perception must be yours to mold, but people have their pottery.
That's fine. Well, no, that's not fine. We've already talked about why that's not fine. But on top of that, you have the option to double up your vocals to like add a layer on it. And even if you don't want to have a constant double, have effects, stabs of your double so that it emphasizes certain parts of your phrase and not others. That's great. That's what we're supposed to be doing here. So yeah, I would recommend doubling. I would recommend ad-libbing. That is basic rap knowledge, in my opinion. The dead air. What is this?
I wonder why now. Guess I opened up to find out.
Have you ever?
What was the purpose of that? What was the purpose of that silence? What does that do for our song? I would argue, if I was seeing it from your perspective, it gives us contrast, it gives us a break, it gives us a beat of respiration. But silence, it's pure silence is dead air. We don't want pure silence. We don't want dead air. We want the impression of silence. We want your synth to hover in there with the gentlest little effect so that we feel like there's something still there, like we're clinging on to something. Otherwise, it's just dead air. That's literally what it is right here. No, unacceptable silence. And lastly, this will be the last comment that I have for your song. This part.
So have you ever been with the So have you ever been with the
There should be a second lead element. That's your timer ringing, by the way. There should be a second lead element here interacting with that other synth that's super loud, that's dancing with the vocals, that's coming in with the delays. There should be another thing doing something here. This section is emptier than it needs to be. Yeah. A little reverb throw on the synth would fill that space nicely. Actually, yeah, kind of. That would be nice. Let's actually experiment with that real quick.
You still come closer.
I wonder why now. Guess I opened up to find out.
Have you ever been?
It might not be the only thing. We might need a delay or something to fill in that, to bridge that gap a little bit. I threw on a little bit of reverb on there, but yeah, it needs to be filled. It needs to be filled. I say all of this framed by the fact that the aesthetic, that the journey that we've been on, very original, very creative. Like I said from the beginning, this is great. This is great. The things that'll make it a finished, ready to release song, which is why it's I tell y'all guys, if you guys really are confident in some released pieces, bring it to the table and watch that confidence disappear. Because this is not finished. This is not finalized, in my opinion. It's close. It's great. Its ideas are great. Its executions are lesser than. And I think that you can bring it as in execution, in a scale of execution, you could bring it on the same scale as the great ideas that you have to make this song very original. Zeal and ardor. So refreshing to hear an actual unique style and artistic vision. Yes, live for this stuff. I say this having never been with a bandit. Ha! Nice. Have you ever been with a Yeah, exactly. It's really cool. It feels fresh. It feels Tyler. It feels Kanye, but good Kanye. It feels fresh. I like that. I just need your execution to be on the same level as your artistic vision. Because otherwise, Harry Muffin Man, you should, every time I say that, you should be working with a partner or a cohort or a colleague of some form that will keep your vision on the ideal path in terms of execution, whether it be with a co-producer, whether it be with a mixing engineer, whether it be with a co-songwriter. You need like, sometimes you just need a second set of ears to make it so like, it's there, but it's not there. You know, and that's what I do, sure. But if you want a little more detailed vision on that, on the creation of the song, I also do that in terms of production. Doing this part before your song is released, we interact via video. We can do a Discord private one-on-one, totally possible, and we could actually spend hours and hours dissecting a song, and we can talk about that. That's a private service that I offer. We can make that happen. So either way, thank you very much for allowing us to listen to the song, provide comments, criticism, feedback, analysis, what have you. Great production, great song conception, great thoughts put into the production, but then the execution behind that thought rather, just needs to be fine tweaked a little bit. But either way, Harry Muffin Man, thank you for trusting us with your track. And stick around as we move on to the next one. Dial B&B, who has been patiently waiting as well for a little moment. Every Tyler track was made with at least 3 pairs of ears. Oh, dude. At least, not even at least, like probably 5 pairs of ears. Like Tyler himself, his producer, right off the bat, because he doesn't produce his own shit. The producing, like mixing engineer, whomever, there's at least 5 sets of ears that it worked on every single Tyler track. And that's just the way that it works. Music is collaborative by nature. By nature. It's just, we can do great things alone, but it is so much harder to accomplish ideal results alone, and it honestly does not benefit us to go into all of that work, because we end up losing a global vision of the song anyways. We end up losing context for our own creations, and that's a problem. That leads to more songs in the future suffering because of our own short-sightedness and our own inability to work with other people. So we really need to work with people. We need to produce our songs with other people. Otherwise, we're stuck in the same fucking feedback loop. Vampire, we need to mutate to have more ears. Maybe the next evolution. Sure, I'd like a second set of ears at the back of on the forehead, on the forehead and the back of the head. That would be great. I'd have some 360 hearing. That's actually a beautiful thing. Knowing that you can do great shit with good people sounds hippie, but it's true. It is the only thing that keeps our music alive and constantly breathing and constantly evolving, Zeal and Ardor. It is the thing that allows our music to evolve over time, and for genres to evolve over time. It is the collaboration, whether it be listening to someone's music, trying to emulate it and ending up with something creative, or listening to all kinds of music and trying to come up with a combination of many different angles. We need other people to create our music. It's impossible to create it without it. You don't know what exists, so you don't know what you can create. As soon as you know what exists, you know what you can create. So we need other people. Almost every artist has several up to dozens of ears to get songs released. Dozens of sets of ears. Yeah, absolutely. G-Star Music was good, brother. Welcome to the stream for the first time. Empyrean Audio, artist, producer, mix engineer, mastering engineer, label rep at the very least. Ain't no way I got a whole minute ad as soon as I joined. That's fucked up. That's fucked up, G-Star. That shouldn't be the case. I have pre-roll ads disabled, G-Star, so there's no way that should be the case. That's super fucking weird. That should not have happened. All right. We have Dial's music pulled up, a drum and bass song here. It's a long one though, eh? That's a long one. Oh boy. The computer's giving me signs that it's going to be overloaded. I got a 30-second pre-roll when I joined. Yo, that's fucked up. I turn pre-roll ads off specifically. I can show you the Twitch settings. I hate that shit. I fucking hate that shit. Okay. Anyways, I'm going to have to retweak Twitch's settings. I'm going to turn off Logic because it seems like my computer is giving me a bit of a hard time right now. Any feedback appreciated. We'll see about that. What do we got? We got Dial, D, and B. And we got it pulled up. Stick Around remix. Let's listen to it together and let's talk about it. We got 10 minutes. I'm just going to pull up the timer here because, again, I'm not opening up the internal app. We got 10 minutes on the clock, ready to go. Let's go!
I've been lying, all in private to myself, love denying, and brushing off my call for help, moving closer, closer to an understanding of you. It's all I wanna do. I can only wait around for so many days. How can you be so locked up and free? I can only wait around for so many days. How can you see we've never been free?
Okay, Nice fade out at the end, nice and clean, giving us the air, giving us the room to breathe. So nicely done on that. Okay, so there's a couple of things about this track, and I don't have much time, but I want to say that overall, I do agree with Zeal and Ardor. It sets out what it does what it sets out to do, albeit with a little bit of pain in my ears for some things. So first thing I'm going to tell you that you need to do here, Dial, is to take ear breaks. Because it sounds to me like you kept dialing up the high end on certain aspects of this song, on certain like your kick and your snare. And Tandra, thank you. Hey, Tandra, we listened to your song before. What's up, dude? Welcome to the stream. Appreciate you. We don't need that much high end on many things. So like your kick and your snares, very dynamic and very punchy as it is, with so much high end on it, we're actually just getting more ear fatigue than anything else. And with those big saw sounding synths that are spread very far left and right, those are aspects that are domineering as they are, not, again, necessary to emphasize so much in the high frequencies. And I think that this is, again, a symptom of ear fatigue in your production side of things here, Dial, because not really, like, I don't know if it's a speaker thing also, like it very well might be like a monitoring issue, like your headphones don't give you enough high end, or your or high mids or whatever it is, and so you compensate with high end. I don't know what exactly is going on. There's a lot of reasons why this is the case, but it just sounds like you produced this thing over the course of 16 hours and like didn't stop until it was done, and then didn't go back and kind of smooth out your high end a little bit. Production wise, that's one note. Compositionally speaking, that shit was insane. That shit was really on point. It had all of the aspects that it needed to in the right places. We had a moment of like respite even, and we had a moment of like swelling after that. The composition and the arrangement, I think, was my favorite part of this song, though a little bit long. For 4 minutes and 46 seconds, a little bit long for this journey, but you kept me engaged throughout. The only thing I might change was maybe shave off a few moments on the drop, shave off a little bit there. That for me is like, it does, the drops do feel like they drag a little bit. So maybe like a 4 to 8 bars, 4 in the first, 8 in the first drop and 4 in the second kind of thing. I feel like it'll freshen that track up a little bit. Trim where you can is, I guess, my note for that. Okay, in your build up here. I don't know if you wanted those kicks to sound choked, but I will go ahead and say that they sound choked. You'll do what you will with that information. Your vocals, next, mixing-wise. Super high mids. Again, it's another thing that does stand out to me as like, oh, it got lost in the mix, so I'm going to add more high mids instead of subtracting high mids from other elements. That is an additive way of doing some mixing, and it's not my favorite, and I don't think that it yields any like concretely positive results. So I think subtract mixing next time rather than additive mixing. Yeah, I said that about your vocals. I said that about your kick and your snare, your saw synths in your drop specifically. We don't need that much. We do not need that much high end on any of those elements. We could do with far less. At around 3 minutes, that's right. I think you need to rework the balance of this section. Your vocals are getting completely drowned out in this section, and those big synths are what's drowning them out. So either you bring that balance way back down, like you bring that synth down and you bring that vocals up by still reducing the high mids in the vocals and reducing the highs and the high mids in the synths, or you can sidechain a multi-band compressor or a dynamic EQ that affects only certain frequencies and not others. You sidechain that to your synth and you use your vocals as the side chains trigger, so that at least you're making a pocket for yourself frequentially. You're making a frequential pocket for yourself when the vocals come in, so that it doesn't get lost in the background. That is the other option. Dope track dial, I just missed it, but listening to it now, I'm a fan. Yeah, again, we have a lot of great elements in there. That is my time for you here. The last thing I'll say just before we finish this sound right here. There's one too many of those. There's one too many of those little TV off sounds is what I wrote down. There, I think, are 3 in this song. Cut that down to 2. Making it once was cool. Making it a second time was like, oh, cool, he's tagging his shit. That's cool. Making it a third time was like, I didn't need it. I thought I liked it the first 2 times, and then I start to realize that I don't like it. So that's not the point we want to arrive at. So trim that down to 2 out of 3 would be my third suggestion. Either way, that's pretty much all I got to say about the song. Thank you for allowing us to listen to it online, talk about it, provide comments, criticism, feedback, analysis, what have you. Thanks to everyone joining us while we listen to these tracks, by the way. We appreciate you guys lurking and waiting patiently for your turn in the queue. By the way, I'm going to close the queue in several minutes, so if there's anybody in the chat right now debating whether or not they should jump in, do so now or forever hold your beats. Thank you for the advice, man. I screen recorded it. So I could take some of them, and thank you so much. You could screen record it, or you could very well go to the VOD on my Twitch, or later on if you need to re-listen to it. We document everything, we archive everything on our VODs on YouTube, so go and check that out as well, by all means. If you don't have Trackspace or Soothe or anything like that to do frequency-specific ducking, have a look at the Masker by LIM, by the way. We will take a look at that if it's free. I'm a big fan of those free plugins, but I like to do it manually most of the time anyways. I don't like to go through Soothe. I like to dial in how much high-end each thing has. It is free. Well, we'll take a look. I forgot to mention that. Well, we'll have to take a look. Either way, Dial D&B, thank you very much for trusting us with your track, and stick around as we move on to the next person in the stream, in the queue, which is Vampire. How you doing? Oscar August, hey Mike, how you doing tonight? I am well. I'm well. The computer crapped out halfway through this stream. Not even halfway through. It was like in the first hour of the stream. The computer just said, fuck you. Hello, made a SoundCloud just for this. What a brave sacrifice you have made for the sake of your own music. Okay, I'm done. I'm done being a dickhole. All right. So, Home Vampire 2. Feels like your song doesn't have a title yet, Vampire. Am I warm? Let me just write this down here. Vampire 7. Let's go. Now that's dedication. Am I right? So let's listen to Vampire's track. The title is Home. Okay, cool. Thank you so much. Let's listen to it together. 10 minutes on the clock. Is it on the clock? Is it? Yes, 10 minutes on the clock. Good. Ready to go. Let's listen. Let's go.
Lost for days, the cold is gripping my hands. In certain ways, can't feel the fist inside my gloves. Wishing I could warm them up with the warmth of your fingers, interlaced within my own, inside our home. Light the fire for me when I'm home. There's no place I would rather be when I'm home. I'll lift you into the skies when I'm alone. Imagine this and close my eyes, and I'm home, filled with love and alive. And I'm home, was wrong. Trees beneath the winter sky, isolate from passers-by. The soul that's all alone, missing home. Home. Light the fire for me when I'm home. There's no place I would rather be when I'm home. I'll lift.
Son of a bitch. They told people when people are not around for their song, I'm going to just stop the song and move on the queue. You can't just drop your song here. Fuck! Then reply! Then reply, and also you were not in the chat. Okay, I'm going to back it up.
No place I would rather be when I'm home. I'll lift you into the skies when I'm alone. Imagine this and close my eyes, and I'm home, filled with love and alive. And I'm home, standing right by your side. And I'm lost for 30 weeks, out on my own. Now that I found my path, please tell my family I'm coming home.
Okay, let's talk about this. Sorry about the hiccup, Vampire. You'd be surprised how many fucking people just kind of drop their track and then like, okay, peace. And then I find out by asking them, and then I check the chat, and your name was not there, by the way. We're going to pause for the ads, because I believe the ads are 43 seconds, so don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. He doesn't actually know. Those who are not watching the ads right now, he doesn't actually know that I'm not listening, like that I paused the timer and shit. He's back. So the ads are over for him. Yeah, we stopped the timer and we wait for your ads to be done. And we play the ad song if that's the case. So you don't have anything to worry about. You didn't miss any time. Okay, let's talk a little bit about this. There's a couple of things that we need to jump into real head first. But yeah, sorry for the mix-up. Your name was not in my chat list of users, like users in chat. It was just not there. So it was like it's as if you weren't replying and then you bailed. You're not in chat. I stop it. Anyways, let's go. Let's restart this timer. All right, let's go. So first thing. Easy fix, but yet everybody today, I think, pretty much like 9 out of 10 people so far have made this mistake. 420 milliseconds of silence before your track starts. It doesn't get cut off like this. Honestly, the fade is not great on the in either way. Like we have maybe some work to do on that fade in one way or the other. Okay, so. Let's keep going here. Let's talk about these vocals.
My hands in certain.
I'll say the production itself. If you did the production, when you say you did the production, you produced the actual musical portion of the background track, because the music portion of this sounds much, much better than the vocal portion of this. It sounds almost like two different people made vocals and instrumental. So. You made the instrumental as well, Vampire? Anyways, let's talk about these vocals either way, because they're the thing that I think needs the most work and the most attention. Because honestly, the instrumental's pretty fat.
Ways can't interlaced within my own inside.
First of all, we don't have a great hold on the low mids of your vocals and the high mids of your vocals, where the balance is a little bit off. In this section,
in certain ways can't feel the
We have too much of both. We have too much of both here. We have like the low mids are a little bit like sort of loose and kind of untidy, but there's a lot of them. And the high mids are kind of subdued, but still there's this like ringing presence that's coming into my ears that is like, there's something off about the high end of those vocals as well. And then when we get into louder sections where those frequencies tend to get buried at the back,
fire for imagine this and close my eyes and I'm home.
then we hear immediately, if only my fingers could sing for me, I know, right? I would love for that to happen sometimes, so I can record my vocal tracks with just playing guitar. No, so the vocals here, I am confirmed at the fact that the high mids are meh. They are a little bit aggressive and a little bit harsh, but at the same time, your vocals won't cut through with only low mids added to them. So you have to be careful about how you're going to mix this. I think you need to recompress your vocals either way because they are over compressed and at the same time not compressed enough. Like you're compressing the wrong way. I think you might be compressing backwards where you're compressing heavily at first and then lightly after, like later on in your track. Whereas the proper thing to do is to do the opposite, where you compress lightly just to take a few edges off those like odd transients. Then you go into more heavy compression and then you could even limit at the end of your track. That's what I do with most of my chorus vocals. I limit those vocals so that they stand right fucking here in my mix. That's just a quick tip. The other thing I will say though, in order to have a good mixed vocals, you have to have a well-performed vocals, and that's something that I feel could be improved in this song, dude. Your timing is also, I would say the word that came to mind is meh. When we listen to the timing of how you...
There's no place I would rather. Interlaced within my own inside our home.
Like in those moments where you have those imperfect timings, I'm just like, why didn't you re-record that? Why didn't you displace that? That is unacceptable to me in a song. It's just like, nah, dude, that's not what pros do. That's just not what pros do. So yeah, we got those vocals to re-record or re-edit one way or the other, and we got to double back on the entire song, as a matter of fact, to make sure that none of those inconsistencies come out. You kind of can if you use a MIDI pickup on your guitar, recording that into MIDI, into synthesizer V, super realistic sounding Vocaloid-esque thing, and then just paste your lyrics in. Yeah, well, too much work. Let's just sing instead. Let's just practice how we sing instead. How about that? The other thing I'll say that's a little bit sloppy is your pitch. We hear your auto-tune coming in a little bit late. Listen, if you're not gonna, I commend people for not using auto-tune aggressively. I commend people for trying, but that means you have to sing well. That means you have to sing really on pitch. We hear the auto-tune activating a little too slowly, and we hear your voice not quite on. Let's take a look. It's good, it's not great. The vocal performance is good, not great. I'll say in terms of timing, there was rough parts there as well. In terms of pitch, there was rough parts pretty much everywhere. If you're gonna land on a note, land on it. If you're gonna use auto-tune, use it. But whatever you do, it shouldn't sound like the note you're getting to the right note, unless you do that artistically. If you go, you push it and you like glide to it. And that's the way you do that artistically so that it sounds good. That's the timer. And that's the last thing I will say. This section here. So much dead air. So much dead air. Listen what I could do in 3 seconds of improvising. One idea with that.
I didn't think I'd be
literally just a little bit of forethought. Not great, actually, if I'm being honest with myself. That wasn't the best take that I had, but it's melodic enough to fill the space. We need something melodic there. We need a melody. We need something leady. There's nothing leady in that section, and we need some lead. Get me some lead. Either way, I'm sorry for not giving you a guitar solo. No, I'm not saying, like, the guitar solo is an example of one of the many things that you could implement into that section. Hell, it could be vocalization, it could be a synth solo, it could be a guitar solo, it could be a fucking bass solo. I could make a bass solo work in that section. Okay? Hell, I could make a drum solo if I really wanted to. Nah, drum solo, not really in that section, doesn't really fit. But my point with this is something needs to occur in that section. It is not finished. It is an unfinished wall that you need to paint with the proper finishing. And that's all I have to say about your track. Thank you for allowing us to listen to it online together, talk about it, provide comments, criticism, feedback, analysis, what have you. Vampire, it's getting there. Your vocal performance is also getting there. We recognize that you got practice. Practice? We talk about practice? We recognize that you have like a ways to go with regards to like practicing the vocal parts that you want to. That or you saturate it with auto-tune and you call it a day. I don't prefer that method. I'm just saying it's a method that has been accepted by society. So one way or another, the note's got to be on pitch. So make it happen. Either way, thank you for trusting us with your track, Vampire. And stick around as we move on to the next in line. Folks, it is at this time that I am closing the queue. There has been sufficient time to join the queue at this point. So we are going to close it. Oscar August, you are up next. If you're on ears, please hear me as you are next in line and should post your link in the chat at this time. Next up is Empyrean Audio. Then we have It's Spritz, G-Star Music, Tundra. He's from down under and I don't think there's any tundras out down there. Sorry. Sorry. That was my unfortunate sorry. I'll just say sorry. And finally, XCMG, last in line for this day. And that's when we're going to be finishing off our stream on. So we got Oscar August. I love Scorn Indian. I'm sorry again. So, we got Mix 2. What a terrible song name. I mean, come on. We also have the photo. This photo, this sums up pretty much 2 years of my existence when I was 17 and 18 going into clubs. So thank you for reminiscing with me on that, Oscar August. However, let's listen to the song Mix 2. Please find a name for it. Together. I got 10 minutes on the clock. Here we go. Let's listen to it. Taken at a club, obviously it was. I'm 100% convinced Australians don't exist, and you can't convince me they exist. Okay? Okay. Good luck. Let's listen to Oscar August's Mix 2. Let's go. 10 minutes.
I don't care if it's night, I don't care if it's this day. I just wanna move my feet, neon glow shining bright. Glitter got me feeling light, light as a feather. Step one, put your outfit on, so you look like a superstar. Two, get your Gucci shoes. We don't got no time to lose. Dance and light, the night is young. So what are you waiting for? Monday to Friday, you're working hard, so you deserve to dance. What are you waiting for? What are you waiting for? If it's your last night, this party got us like, hey. Slide from left to right, move it side by side. This party got us like, hey. Slide. If you wanna grow with us, you should go ahead and just slide. Slide. Partying until the sunrise. With my boys and it's alright. Nothing in this world can stop the feeling I have now. So just move your body, just move your body. Monday to Friday you're working hard, so you deserve to dance. What are you waiting for? What are you waiting for? If it's your last night, this party got us like yeah. Slide from left to right, move it side by side. This party got us like yeah. Slide. If you wanna grow with us, you should go ahead and just slide. If you wanna grow with us, you should go ahead and just slide. Need energy, feeling dizzy from all this party. I got the juice, I got the juice to get a party boost. This party got us like yeah. Slide from left to right, move it side by side. This party got us like yeah. Slide. If you wanna grow with us, you should go ahead and just slide. If you wanna grow with us, you should go ahead and just slide.
Oh, nice little accent at the end there. That was nice. Oscar August, well done, dude. Okay, so this track is close. We're gonna nitpick a little bit to get through this because, like, it's pretty close. So Oscar August, if I do recall correctly, I don't know if you're making this for yourself, because last time I think you were on this stream, you told me that you were making, I believe, a song for a K-pop group, female K-pop group, and this was sort of like a demo for that K-pop group to show them what the vocals that they are going to be doing are going to be, and then you record them, and then that's the final thing. Is this a similar scenario? Is, I guess, my first question. Or is this like just for you? Is just this your song? Because I could see it happening. Yeah, it's pitching songs, not for me. Okay, so that would explain why the vocals themselves are louder than the rest. In a mix level, on like a final song level, that does not compute with me. Like, I think the vocals are too loud, personally. And I think that would make sense to you, right? Like, it's not there to be balanced. It's there to show off what the vocals can sound like, or what this song can sound like, and like to place vocals in your mind. So that's good. Dude, first, like, of course, first things first, 420, guys, we gotta start learning from this. 420 milliseconds, guys. Stop cutting off your own tracks. Stop cutting your song off by the toes, by the toenails. Literally, stop cutting your songs off. Give your songs room so that they actually start properly. Because streaming services don't give a fuck. They'll chop your shit. You need to give them that 420 milliseconds of silence before it. Okay, vocals loud. We already talked about that. Okay, this is, again, we're nitpicking. We're getting into very, very, very small detail area or like territory. Let's go to the chorus, because I want to listen to this verse and this transition into the chorus.
The night is young, so what are you waiting for? Monday to Friday you're working hard, so you deserve today.
I think you're gonna need something in the high registers here in the background, sort of like not filling in space, but just teasing that the space will be filled, because your vocals and that low synth with a little bit of percussion sounds a little minimalistic at this section. Let's get to the chorus though.
What are you waiting for? What are you waiting for? If it's your last night, this party got us like yeah. Slide from left to right, move it side.
Dude, you have okay, so this is again nitpicky. You have an opportunity here. You have that vocal in the left channel that's distorted. Great addition. It like someone else says, the synths and vocals have like dirty loops kind of vibe, like they're bouncing back and forth. Loving Devious Furball says loving the little vocal addition / accents. I agree with you 100%. Devious Furball. That is one of my favorite things about this song. Is like it fills space as much as it needs to be filled. Doesn't matter how many little glitches we need, fills those spaces. Now, you have an opportunity here because that vocal goes, hey, and then it goes, right? Why? It's the thing I noticed right away. Why wouldn't you take that left vocal and put it in the right channel? So it goes, hey, right? And it's suddenly filling in that gap of space. That asymmetry is no longer, essentially. And that's just, it's stupid, but why wouldn't you? Why wouldn't you? So you, bounce from left to right. You even say it in that section right there.
Slide from left to right, move it side.
Easy opportunity missed. Like, I would say if you don't fix that, you love meth and you say Hail Satan. Although, no, that's nothing wrong. There's nothing wrong with that. So, no, honestly, you should definitely do that. Also, when you do that, it sounds like two different people responding to each other. Correct. It sounds like a call and a response. Exactly. There's no reason why you wouldn't do that. It's my point here. Okay. Chorus 2, the punch is lacking, and I believe that's right here.
If it's your last night, this party got us like,
yeah, so that snare that comes in here, that kind of emphasizes the dynamic transient that is your vocals. I think we need to re-emphasize that a little bit. I think... I don't know what it is that needs there. Maybe it needs just a kick at the same time as the snare. Maybe that's all it needs, Oscar August. But we need something to emphasize that kick.
this party got us like,
Maybe crashes. Maybe a kick and a crash, literally, like as if it was a rock song. Like something splashy that makes it really like open up at that section. Not just the A, but like something in the really high registers. Something that opens that up more. It needs more on that one hit. Also, I want to say on an overall note, watch the mud that your delays and your vocal sort of chops and inserts create. Because especially in that third chorus here. It's real busy real fast. So I would say be more selective about which ones get the spotlight in which moments rather than putting a bunch at the same moment. Pick your moment, make it more glitch hoppy where you're like chopping the vocals in rather than kind of stacking them all in. Unless you want to do gang vocals, in which case that's fine too, but you have to like focus in on the gang vocal effect where you have to have kind of the typical kind of soft compression, the big room reverb. That has to be the way you approach the gang vocals if you're going to do it that way. But I don't think you need to do it that way. I think you need to do it a little more choppy. And that's the timer. So that's pretty much all the time we got for this song. Either way, thank you very much for allowing us to listen to it online together, to provide comments, criticism, feedback, analysis, what have you. The song, again, it's great. It's very great, even. It's pretty much almost ready. It needs your final vocalist. It's a great pitch already, a great pitch. And if you dial those little things in, it's going to be like, why wouldn't people take that fucking song? It's so juicy. So thank you, either way, Oscar August, for trusting us with your track. And stick around as we move on to Empyrean Audio, who already has their track in the queue. Thank you, Synth Demon, for following us. We appreciate you. Also, Confused Plums, hey yo, welcome to the stream for the first time. Appreciate you as well. It's Spritz, next on the queue, giving us a little follow. We see you. Our queue, by the way, folks, just as we pull up the next link sent to me by Empyrean Audio. Our queue looks like this right now. We are drawing at a near, though it is closed. We have Empyrean Audio up right now. Next is It's Spritz, G-Star Music, Tondra, XCMG. If any of these people are in the chat right now, give me a what's up to let me know you're still here and you are still alive. But otherwise, there we go. That's what I wanted to turn off. Let's jump in. Bit of a stylistic change next, to say the least. Still here, brother. The ceiling. Here we go. All right, so we got a few people waiting, and we are looking forward to it. The Passenger. Work in progress. It's post-metal. First time chat. Synth Demon. Submissions are indeed closed for the evening, Synth Demon, but you have followed. I don't know where the question mark is, but it doesn't want to host your question mark. Super weird. But either way you followed us, you'll get the notification the next time we go live. Exactly. So stay tuned for the next time and get in here early so you can get your stream, your song in the stream and fully feedbacked. It's Spritz. Mike, you give some legit feedback. Genre, versatile, and passionate. All I can ask, great to run across you. Likewise, thank you for recognizing that. We do our best to keep it that much, to that standard, if you will, Spritz. So we do what we can to keep it to that. That's what I think feedback means. Apparently, Twitch has another opinion as to what feedback means, but I do not share the same opinion that other feedback streamers share as to what feedback entails. I think an informed individual who gives actual critical advice that will improve the track is what feedback is, not fucking hype track, bro. Next. But that's just the way I think. So let's listen to The Passenger, the work in progress by the post-metal band Fabled. Get a little bit post-metal in our life here. Let's go. Let's listen to it, talk about it thereafter. We have 10 minutes on the clock ready to go. Let's go! Okay. So overall, pretty great. Pretty cool song. I enjoy Deftones very, very, very much. It's a band that I only got into like about 10 years ago. But since that time, they've been huge in my heart. Like they've had a huge place in my heart. And this does give Chino vibes left and right. Before, like it would just need like his passive, like that emotional sort of scream that he does. It would be great. It would be great if he could. If you could, it would fit well into this. Already that it does have half like Tool drum vibes. Daddy Carey, not so much, but like it. No, you know what? It really does have Deftones because Abe Cunningham would have definitely drummed something like this. I agree with you. Who said it? Nice fill. It's Spritz. I agree with you wholeheartedly. There's some nice fills in here. Breathy but not nasally. Spritz also. Yeah, okay, so we have Deftones are a big influence. Loathe, Blanket, and other shoegaze post-rock. Okay, cool. Love me an occasional screamy boy. Yeah, exactly. It's nice. It's like it really reveals the whole spectrum of the vocal capacity. Okay, so personally, here's what I would do with your song, Empyrean. First of all, I would have this intro. If you're not going to have it, then add something to it so that it builds up over time, because right now we have a 4 full bar intro, like 32 measures, or 32 bars rather. Is it 32? Wait. Like that. Yeah, there's something like 16 full bars in this. Doesn't need to be. There could be a development. There could be something. I would personally accent something that happened later on in your track. I would refer to it here with like a weird fucked up effect of some kind. That would be the way that I would address that. The master is a bit choked. I will say this. This is a thing. Here's the thing, Empyrean. Until you know how your workflow works, it's really hard to write, record, mix, master, all of it, all of the shit. It's hard to do so much and have a global and retain a global vision while retaining what needs to be done for the minutiae and the smaller details. This is why I think it's one of the symptoms of working on your own tracks endlessly is you kind of get lost in your own production cycle, which leads to choked masters like this, where it's getting, the energy is kind of getting sucked within itself. Now, it is a down-tempo-ish song, so it's not the worst thing to happen to it that it's not as loud or as punchy or as dynamic as other songs exist. It's not like a deal breaker, but for me, I would want this song mastered so that the shoegazy moments, they make me sway in the astral plane, and then the punchy moments, they slap me in my face like Sleep Token. That's sort of what I think you could be going for here, Empyrean, is a Sleep Token-esque dynamic range, where the little ones, the little moments are like, or thinking of Dillinger Escape Plan, there's a song called One of Us is the Killer, and the super chill parts where they're just strumming a little bit of guitar and like super like breathy falsetto-y voice, and then the chorus comes in and it's full voice and it's full power, and the dynamic range goes from this to this, and it's like, that's what I want for this track. It's got the range for that, compositionally speaking. The only problem is that those high points are kind of getting choked. And that's my sad thing about it. The one way that you're going to achieve that dynamic, however, is by mixing in more vocals. I understand shoegaze music has to have a little bit of vocals that are like sort of sitting back in the mix comfortably, but there's a difference between... Oh, thank you for following. Appreciate that. But there's a difference between vocals that sit back comfortably in the mix and vocals that are getting buried in the mix. And I think that's what's happening here. Oh, for sure. This is straight out of my writing template where I'm only using plugins with zero latency. There's barely anything going on mix-wise on the mix bus chain, to be honest. I'll definitely paying a lot more attention to the dynamics when I move on to the mix phase. Oh, shit. So this isn't even in mix phase. Okay, well, that's good news. That's good news, Passenger. Fabled, a.k.a. Empyrean. The Passenger is... good song name, if I do may say so myself. Lead elements in general, they need to kind of jump out at us a little bit more. Like, there's a lot of moments where I'm like, there's a lot of rhythmic things going on here, but the vocals or the lead guitars or whatever could happen is not happening sufficiently to me. So I need more of that. The second verse, compositionally speaking, this is pretty much the only note that I have for you to improve on your second verse. You need a halfway through your second verse kind of turnaround where maybe all your guitars kind of meet up with your bass and you all do like a tutti, kind of like a rallying riff where all of you guys do the same thing, and then you go back to whatever it was you're doing. That needs to happen in your second verse. It can't feel like a copy paste of your first verse with different lyrics. It can't feel that way. It has to feel like it's evolving over time. So we need a halfway through the second verse accent of some kind that makes verse 2 feel unique and more interesting than verse 1. Guaranteed that's necessary. And the last thing, the timer went off, but the last thing I'll say in the next 2 minutes is that last little chorus here. Those little splashes, this might be a little more difficult to accomplish if you've already recorded the drums, but those last little splashes here, yeah, Spritz, we're going to drink for sure in just a minute. But those little splashes that you have at the end, I would prefer so much if they would be like different bells. Like if they... Like, you know what I mean? That kind of deal where it gives us some of that life back a little bit. It's not so much splashy that it kind of disperses the energy. It actually builds the tension before your last chorus, which should be the biggest and most like impactful part of your song, the last chorus. Oh, definitely, there's not a delay guitar part I need to track, which will be in the second verse, so that should add a bit more development, I think. Very nice. Oh, now the drums are programmed. I can tweak anything, and I actually have a pair of mini bells in the setup. Boom! Throw those on instead of the splashes, specifically for that moment at the end, because again, splashes tend to kind of dispel a little bit of the tension unless there's nothing else in the mix going on that's taking up those frequencies, but there are in this case. So instead of splashing out, we need something to cut through, something to dial up the tone, if you will. Bells for that specific accent, but the timing's fine. All of your composition is masterful. You know music, you know timing. You've composed something that is interesting that I have to think about wrapping my head around the rhythm and the melodic elements and the composed elements are well executed. So well done on that. You obviously know how to compose music, so well done. Either way, thank you for allowing us to listen to the song online together, provide comments, criticism, feedback, analysis, what have you. We got a little bit of overdose on the electronic music. I'm glad that we dipped our toes back into the band music, my sort of home turf, if you will. So I can appreciate a moment of something I'm more used to hearing and or creating even. Either way, Empyrean Audio, thank you for trusting us with your track. We appreciate you very much, my dude. And we're going to be moving on. As we move on to It's Spritz, and stick around, of course, Empyrean, as we listen to Spritz and G-Star Music, who's also still with us. Tundra, I believe you're still with us as well. XCMG, I haven't heard from. Oh, as I'm speaking, XCMG shows up in the chat. Never mind. Forget I said anything. Oh, that was a good idea. I'm dipping us back into EDM. There's nothing to apologize for, dude. It's all a question of preference. No problem, brother. A lot of different genres. Exactly, G-Star. Correct. Devious Furball. I type things out and then delete them because I read through it and I go, what the fuck do I know? You know, Devious Furball, I would try submitting those comments either way. Honestly, sometimes I will agree with you. Simply put. Sometimes I won't. And sometimes I'll tell you why I disagree. And then sometimes you will agree with whether or not I agree or disagree with you. And then you will form your opinion far more solidly. And you will decide... excuse me. You will decide if there's something that does need to be changed or not, in your opinion. But that none of that None of that process starts or takes place if you don't submit your thoughts in the first place and you don't put them out there for other people to sort of chew on and think about. So I would recommend you share your opinion more, because it doesn't mean that other people have to receive your opinion, have to agree with it, have to disagree with it, but to be heard, to be considered, you need to speak. So I would say throw those things down and stop listening to your what the fuck do I know imposter syndrome, the same syndrome that would make me think that I'm not worth anyone's opinion or time or money. Throw that shit in the trash. But sometimes shut the fuck up, I guess, right? Okay, we have Spritz's track here, Arrow, version 3. I feel like you don't necessarily need to have in-depth knowledge to give good feedback. Like, I regularly show my non-musician girlfriend my stuff because she's into the style of music but not a musician. Yeah, and sometimes, to be honest, that's even more refreshing, because it's like they say something that like I would have never have thought of in whatever perspective that they have, and I'm like, oh shit, I've never thought of that. It's Spritz. The regulars are needed. Less producers in the crowd than normies. Embrace their lack of expertise and find the solace in acceptance. It's nice. Can't agree more with that sentiment. G-Star Music. I like receiving feedback from people who aren't tone deaf and can hear stuff that I won't hear sometimes in the song. Welcome to the stream. That's what we do here. It's Spritz. Long ad. Oh well. Fucking great. Great ad. Everyone's opinion on music is valid as long as the feedback is in good faith. Doesn't always mean it'll be useful to them, but it's better to offer it and let them not take it than them not have the opportunity to take it. Totally agree with that sentiment as well. Gator Music, this ad gave us a break from Mike. Just kidding, Mike. Okay, Mike, we back. Y'all need a break from me. Y'all need a break from me. I'm too much. I know that. I live with someone. I get it. I know me. I know me. All right. We got Spritz's track pulled up, and we're back from the ad. So let's listen to it together. Let's talk about it thereafter, and all in the span of the 10 minutes that are on the timer. Let's go.
Spritz.
Okay, so first thing I'm going to say before anything, Spritz, the production value, first of all, y'all ready to disappoint your parents? That was clutch timing while your track was just about to build up. That was hilarious. Let's go through this intro a little bit more. far quite repetitive. I would put maybe some background risers here at this section, like just to like sweep it up a little bit. Out of nowhere, this fucking power comes in. I don't know if that's a good or a bad thing, considering we haven't heard this before. It's very loud, it's very dynamic, it's very punchy. Everything else that comes after this is really juicy. Super full, super dense, and super really punchy and dynamic. So I will say that there's a bit of aggressivity on the highs, specifically your snare. And your hi-hats, I'll say. Yeah, specifically with those two things, there's like, I want to say around between 4 and 6K, probably. Tame 4Ks. Yeah, look around that area, sweep around that area where there's that I would say first accentuate to find it and then dip it away. You'll know when your ears start to go ah, then that's you found the spot. Because mine are right now kind of. This is a symptom, guys, by the way, like a Spritz. I'm not telling you how your workflow works, but this is often a symptom of like, oh, I can't hear my snare. I got to make it cut through the mix anymore. Then you keep mixing and you keep producing, and then you get ear fatigue, and then you're like, oh, I can't hear my snare. I got to make it through the cut through the mix more. And then you keep adding things, and then sooner or later, once you're done, okay, I've done my mix. I don't step away from it and sit back down and listen to it again with context. If I don't do that, I will hear things off in my mix all the time, hands down, 7 days of the week and twice on Sundays. So I recommend you taking some ear fatigue breaks, coming back to your desk to realize maybe, oh, I pushed that snare a little hard, maybe not. Maybe I got to come back to that. Very interesting. I see here the transition from drop 1 to the break is meh, in that there is none. It's just we're in the break. And I've said this a couple... Hey, ISO Falcon, appreciate you following. Thank you very much. I've said this a couple of times today. A break is a nice relief. Delay cop-out, kind of, yeah. A break is a nice release, but in order for us to feel like a break is, I guess, for us to not feel like, here's my drop, here's my break. I feel like this is as worthy of thought and of planning as a build is. Transitions from one section to another. We put so much emphasis on the transition from the break, from the build to a drop. We don't put any emphasis from the drop to the break. We don't think about it because we don't need to necessarily, because it doesn't have as much impact. And yet, it's the thing that 9 times out of 10 will cause me to either click out after that first drop or just replay the first drop, pause and go, man, that was wild. And then go to do something else. A transition to the next section and easing into what's to come next is going to give your final song more playability throughout, not just at the beginning. Good perspective. Never focus on the transition to break. Exhale needs to be fluid. That's right. I totally feel you on that. I totally agree with that statement. And again, it's not that it has as much impact or anything as a build. Again, I'm not claiming that. I'm just claiming that if you're going to want your audience to get to the second drop, which you fucking do, cause it's badass. Let's listen to this again. Amazing. Awesome. We want people to get there. We want people to get there. It resets the dynamic energy of the track. If you want the energy to drop all the way back out so you can build it back up again and create the largest possible gap between low energy and high energy, you need the transition into the break to be just right, first of all. And second of all, you don't want all the energy to drop all the way back out. That is the opposite of what we want, because that's where the track started. If we get back to where the track started, there's no reason for us to not just go back to the beginning and listen to it there. Honestly, playability and like continued play through playability occurs when things like that are like in sync with the song's like build overall. And if we go nothing, build all the way, nothing, build all the way, we are effectively creating a sawtooth wave of a song. And I don't think we want a sawtooth. I think we want something more dynamic. Drops down, yes, but not all the way. Builds back up, drops down one last time, but not as low as the first time. You're always increasing over time, one way or the other, in terms of intensity, interest, in terms of complexity, or volume even. Something has to increase over time and never go back the way it was exactly. That's my opinion. Anyways. The last thing I will say, speaking of bringing things back, to be frank, Rhythm DJ's love sawtooth. Count to 4 is easy when the wave shows you. Yeah, I know. A little tense in the build to create the second chorus drop. Yeah, I know that Rhythm DJs like that. I know. That doesn't mean you should also do that, because sometimes a little too much repetition is actually at our detriment. Am I right? But I will say that you might do, because this drop is very short, considering of all the break and build that you've done in this section here, this drop is quite short in comparison, A, to the first one, and B, in comparison to the break that goes before it. It also ends on a bit of a weird time signature point. Your song is only 2 minutes and a half. It could stand to be longer. I would say take a little bit of this section here that you've got going on here and tack it on to the end of this drop. It doesn't have to be much. It could just very well end this odd bar. You could add 2-3 more full measures. I'm not telling you how to do your job. I'm saying that your own sounds that you've worked hard to design here, they reoccur, but they don't reoccur. You know what I mean? Like they don't, you don't hear them ever again. So it's kind of like the 2 drops. That's the timer. The 2 drops are kind of their own separate entities. I would like for them to have some callback. Exactly. Some callback. I'd like for them to have some familiarity. I'd like for us to relate to them in some way, not just through the sound design, but also through the actual rhythmic elements. So that's my last comment either way, Spritz. Either way you've created. I've got a total of 4 notes here. 420 milliseconds, which I don't know if I mentioned that right off the bat. Did I? 420 milliseconds. You gotta do it. You gotta do it. Just stop cutting off the music. Stop cutting off your music. A bit of aggressivity on your snares and your hats, in the high end specifically. The transition from drop 1 to your break is meh, and you bring back drop 1 a bit at the end of your song a little bit. Mike, this is so good, man. I love it. I love this. I love this. I love this. I love all of this. So thank you. Don't like EDM, but I love it. Solid track, Spritz. Yeah, I'll do the insert. Thank you for allowing us to listen to the song online together, to provide comments, criticism, feedback, analysis, what have you. My point when I started saying this was, I wrote 4 notes for your song. That's below average. I usually write anywhere between 6 to 10 notes per song. Like if you look at all of the other songs, there are approximately at least 5, if not 6, if not 7 per song. 4 notes is below average, and one of them is barely a note. One of them is, why the fuck aren't people doing this in the first place? 420 milliseconds of silence. That's not a note. That's like fucking everybody's doing this. But that makes that 3 notes, 3 actual notes, which is impressive, in my opinion. So well done on that. Thank you either way for trusting us with your track. And we are moving on down the line, Spritz, so stick around as we listen to G-Star music. Please do. I'm going to make a nice little line here. G-Star. I don't know why I wrote your song in blue and green, but we're rolling with it. Literally, I just automatic, for no reason, just switched. I have no reason to do the things that I do. This song is a rough mix. Okay, good to know. I'll let you know what parts are roughest. All right, so we got G-Star here. 10 minutes on the clock, ready to go. Oxy, G-Star featuring Jayski. So the song's Oxy. Okay, got it. Let's listen to it together and let's talk about it. 10 minutes are on the clock. Let's go.
Oh nah, it's hot like grabba.
Hectic, got me feeling chronic. Popping Perkins and Oxy, got me feeling naughty. Running from the demons, ain't no way I'm gon' stop me. If you feel what I'm feeling, shorty, you gon' drop me. Taking all this Cody, yeah, got me feeling chronic. Shadows in the back, got me feeling hard iconic. Starting all my words to get my thoughts, nigga. Hit you in the head, drop it like Sonic. Pop pills, yeah, I'm feeling all the thrills. Taking all these 30s in the ox, keep it real. Goddamn, to my bank account, nigga, what's the deal?
What's the deal? Dollar bills, all my fucking money. Hit that shit, pussy nigga. I said dollar by the leg. Got your bitch up in the back, she shaking ass, I thought it's fake. I told you I don't keep on clicking, stupid nigga by the leg. Got the phone with that pussy ass nigga, thought it's bait. I spin the block it, catch her out, that stupid nigga down in bay. I'ma do this shit, I smoke exotic shit, this shit ain't fake. On my shit, diamonds chain, do this shit, the money bling. Fuck that bitch, I gave that bitch a motherfucking diamond ring. DNAs to suck my dick, baby smelling like some fish. 4G auto whip, keep clicking, cause you heard the noise like this.
Yeah, you heard the notes, I feel like a ball. I'ma shoot my chopper, leave your ass crisscross. Shoot you in the Adam's apple like applesauce. Yeah, I'm rolling all these stacks of bands, feel like Rick Ross. Now your girl suck my dick, got her lips gloss. And she watching that, how she taught me, yeah, I got the frost. Whip it with your bitch, Jake, and hear the whole exhaust. She saw the diamonds on my blade, yeah, what it costs. Oxy in my brain, yeah, I'm sipping all the chronics. Taking all these drugs, yeah, I feel whole exotic. I'm tripping off the lean, got my brain whole psychotic. Yeah, I feel psychotic.
Okay. That was okay. That was okay. First of all, G-Star, who did the production on this? Who did the production? Second of all, who was that second verse? Was it you or was that Jayski? I gotta know that right off the bat. That was Jayski. Okay, I'm glad because I'm gonna tear that section in particular a new one. And I would have hated that for that to be you. I would have liked it less to be you. Let's talk about this a little bit here because first of all, 420 milliseconds, right? 420 milliseconds. Jesus fuck. Look. Although, honestly, I don't actually hear a click. No, there's a sufficient amount of silence. G-Spritz, Spritz got an instrumental for you for free, Spritz. And honestly, if I'm being honest with you, that might be better because I'm not a huge fan of this instrumental. Was that also your work, instrumental wise? Was that you, G-Star, that you produced this track? Because if so, if you did, no, I didn't make this. Okay, I want you to tell everybody who does this.
Oh nah, it's hot like grabba.
Tell them fuck off from me, from Studio Mike. You can absolutely tell them from me. If you have a producer tag in your song, you can fuck off. Because you're not letting your music speak for you. You are describing, this is a song by this person. And nowhere in the history of music has that ever been a good idea. After DJ Khaled. Like, fuck that. Fuck that. Take a producer tag out. If you have to, cut that part of the song out entirely. Fuck producer tags. Okay. So, let's talk about these vocals because it's not your, because you did not do the instrumental, but fuck a producer tag either way. Because, goddammit, compose your song better. Make your fucking songwriting stand out. Anyways, I'm not going to get into this anymore. Let's talk about your vocals.
Hectic, got me feeling chronic. Popping Perkins and Oxy, got me feeling naughty.
I'm going to ask you a question seriously, G-Star Music, and don't feel embarrassed because I've heard this answer before. Did you record these vocals on an iPhone headset? I will wait for an answer while we... Okay. Good. That's good. It sounds a studio quality mic. It's the mixin. Okay. So it's not only the studio quality mic that you need, G-Star Music. It's not only that. It's also the room in which you record, because what we have here is a lot of room sound in your microphone. Your sound, the sound of your room is coming through in the mix. I had my window open. Jesus fucking Christ. Okay, so leakage aside, the noise is coming from outside getting into your recording aside. Let's pretend that there are no birds chirping, no people walking by, no cars driving by. Let's pretend that that is not the case. And let's ignore that fact. And let's pretend like you're going to re-record your vocals anyway. No, an ad. Okay, we're going to pause it. We're going to pause it. No, I got you. I got you. Ad's over. Ad song. I'm not going to give you a limited time to review your song and then also take up some valuable time of that by making you watch an ad. That would be most shitty indeed. Just stick around for the ad so we get the revenue, but I'm not going to make that, penalize that. So the timer has stopped at 4 minutes and 14 seconds. We're going to resume it right now. And let's talk about your vocal recording techniques. So first of all, when a vocal sound is live, or when you are recording in a room that has a lot of reflections and a lot of echoes, you are going to hear that in your final mix. So when you record your vocals, like these vocals specifically, just go into your closet with your studio microphone. Set it up as if you were like singing into your clothes. You understand? Surround your microphone with clothes so that you can get a nice dry sound. That's a way of going about it. If you have a walk-in closet, even better. You put it at the end, right at the end of like the last row of like your clothes, and then you close your door, and then you're gonna have an even more dead sound. Closets are great for recording. They're like, they do the job for this kind of recording. Just start Whisper Me for real. I got you on 3 tracks. Like that's already going to be helpful, is getting a better instrumental that'll bring out your vocals, because the problem with this one is that the kicks are low and the bass doesn't follow the synth at all. So this instrumental is mid, to be honest. Either way, so good looking out, Spritz. Okay, your vocals, roomy sounding and not properly mixed. It's got a lot of high mid presence in it, but not a lot of low mid.
Back got me feeling hard,
Those vocals, reverbs as well, not my favorite.
Started all my words to get my thoughts.
You need some doubles as well. You need some variation. So someone in the chat said, who was it? You got to add more flow variation, pitch verse to create easy variation. You hear the recurring theme. You need variation, either in your flow, preferably in your flow, but also in your actual mixing. So having your vocals coming in over the top of themselves, like has doubles, to emphasize the ends of sentences or the ends of lines. So it's just kind of like you are being your own hype man and kind of like re-emphasizing your words. That's a very tried and tested technique. You absolutely definitely need to do that. For choruses, you should have them on pretty much the entire time, but there's not really a chorus song. What else do we got? The reverb I'm not a big fan of, so I wouldn't put this reverb on it personally for your vocals. I would use it as more of like an effect rather than an always on sound. I would have a different kind of sound for your room reverb. Now I'm gonna mention it briefly because it's not you. Jayski's verse is horseshit.
Shaking ass, I thought it's fake. I told you I don't keep on clicking, stupid nigga bought a leg. Got the phone.
The flow is repetitive. It doesn't change up at all. It is off time a lot. It is really off time in certain sections. His rhyming structures are adequate at best. And his lyrics, really, bruh? Really, like, humans can do better at writing than that. And I'm terribly sorry, but, like, your lyrics are far better. Well, let me say your lyrics are better. It's not my favorite topic of conversation on a day-to-day basis, what you guys are talking about, but that's fine. I can respect that. The only difference is that your execution compared to Jayski's is just far better. Jayski's doesn't sound like he's committed to the track. So, I freestyled off the dome, so not the best, to be honest. Well, a pretty great freestyle, if I'm being honest with you. But again, dude, change your flow up. XCMG was right about that. Your flow staying the same flow the entire song. It's old school. It's early rap. It's Ice Cube. It's NWA. Yes, we appreciate that kind of style. We can get behind it. But mixing this Atlanta, Memphis sort of sound with original East Coast 90s rap, it doesn't gel super well. So I gotta be honest with you, I would change up your vocal flow a little bit. And that's the time I got for your song. That was good timing, actually. I gotta verify to give me a second. Off the gnome is a good call, though. I play a gnome artificer wizard with a homebrew war chef subclass for my artificer. So I can go off the gnome every now and then. Cool cat dude, I'm dead. I am too, but I've always been, and it's in here that I am. Either way, G-Star Music, your track is on its way. Personally, what I would do with a freestyle is I would record it, feel it out, and then edit from there. This would be far from my final version of your music. If it was me making this song, I would edit the shit out of myself. I would start looking at lyrics that feel clunky, at lyrics that don't emphasize the point. I would start editing this down and really giving it 100% effort. You say it's far from final either way, so there you go. If you're looking for more lyrical help, let me know, guys, because I've been thinking of doing just like a lyric-only feedback stream at some point or another, where we pull up the lyrics. But that's just an idea, a concept in the works so far. I'm not sure if I'm going to be doing that for sure. But either way, thank you for allowing us to listen to the song together, allowing us to provide comments, criticism, feedback, analysis, what have you. That's what I'm thinking about going on an album I'm releasing soon. Well, I think it needs a lot of work before it gets on an album, if I'm being honest with you. But I can see it aligning with an album sound, either way. The second guy was also a good few dB lower, but as you said, that can be fixed in the mix. Bringing up his vocals maybe reveal more issues, though. I thought it was louder. Let's compare those two vocals real quick.
Bitch up in dollar bill.
Keep it real. Goddamn, to my bank account, nigga, what's the deal?
What's the deal? Dollar bills, all my fucking money. Hit that shit, pussy nigga.
I feel like he's louder, but it's the fact that the other, that G-Star is like kind of not screaming, but like saying it with a higher energy of sorts, and then this guy saying it lower means illusion on Twitch. Thank you very much. Yeah, he's projecting more, and yeah, he's like, the other guy is like almost pushed up in the mix because of that, but the low end of the second guy's vocals, Jayski's vocals, are not really giving, unfortunately. Illusion, which we are closed for the day, but thank you for following. You'll get the notification the next time we go live. You'll see when we go live, so jump into the queue early, and then we can actually listen to your track. This time, unfortunately, I'm afraid we're done for the day taking submissions. Thank you either way, G-Star Music, for trusting us with your track. Thanks for the follow as well. We appreciate you following us and giving us some time of day. It is your turn, Tundra, so you can now drop the beat in the queue. XCMG, you are up next and last for the day. But yeah, G-Star, I think with a better instrumental and a better co-rapper, if I'm being brutally honest, I'm not a huge fan of J-Ski's style of rapping. Just very not happy with it compared to yours. Yes, Melody, I will drink from the bottle you bought me, absolutely. So, yeah. Cool cat dude, ham, walking ham. I'm gonna go work on the mix now and might try to change up the beat myself. Gonna be hard though. Yeah, man. Work with Spritz. Work with Spritz. Try and jump a few. XCMG, thank you for the clap. Spritz, try and hook him up with a beat or two for this. That work well. Try and hook him up. All right, we've got Tundra. I didn't think there's any Tundras in Australia. I'm so bad at this, and I'm so sorry, Tundra. I will stop. Murder Rate, the Tundra flip. It's a scratch track, but it is your remix. So I hope I don't get copyright flagged. Let's hope. Can we always just steal the lines and redo it on a new song? I mean, yeah, sure. Minkus Tundra. All right, let's listen to it together. We got 10 minutes on the clock for Tundra, and let's go. I said, let's go. It doesn't want to. Guys, it doesn't want to. What is happening? What? What the fuck's going on in here on this day? I'm refreshing. Hold up, folks.
Fuck it. Here I come.
Fuck balls. Now it decided. I hate that so much. SoundCloud's been janky these days, man. What the fuck's going on? Minkus! The queue is indeed closed for the day. My apologies to you, but we have been doing this for 4.5 hours at this point, so I'm not that sorry. I'm just a little sorry, if that makes any sense. Have you tried turning it off and back on again? I actually, today, Devious Furball, I actually have. I don't know if you were around early in the stream, but there was a crash. I crashed. My computer crashed while I was trying to stream and while I had too many things open. So, yes, Devious Furball, I have indeed tried turning it off and on again. It wasn't by choice, but here we are. Just dropped this track last night, getting some feedback. Let's listen to it. Let's talk about it thereafter. Let's restart this 10-minute timer. Let's go!
Fuck it. Here I come. Spider flight, bitch, I know you gonna run. I grab my blade. I'm having fun. While you choking on your blood, I feel numb. Fuck it. We in the band. I see the murder rate on the rise again. Blood stains, they're on my hands. I recognize a trench, you're not my friend. Murder rate, perforate, it's on the rise and I get blamed. Filled with hate, dislocate all your bones, making breaks. Underrate me on my sins, ricochet my bullets in. Feeling caskets, put you in, cashing out my wallet's thin. Fuck it. Here I come. Spider flight, bitch, I know you gonna run. I grab my blade. I'm having fun. While you're choking on your blood, I feel numb. Fuck it. We in the band. I see the murder rate on the rise again. Blood stains, they're on my hands. I recognize a trench, you're not my friend.
Skirts in my head, our bodies in the dick. I'm giving to the monster cause I'm only seeing red. Now you did, like I said, only weapon is my head. I told you not to try me cause they always in the tip. Skirts in my head, our bodies in the dick. I'm giving to the monster cause I'm only seeing red. Now you did, like I said, only weapon is my head. I told you not to try me cause they always in the tip.
Okay, let's talk about a few obvious things here. First of all, the song is friggin' intense. and big and juicy. So we like that. We stan, as my former roommate and good friend would say. We stan. Okay, so now let's talk about a couple things. First of all, this snare, this sound that you've got for your snare here. Wait, let me try and do. It's literally. That's funny. It's funny. I'm okay with it. I don't have a problem with it, especially because you reinforce it in the drop. However, it's too loud. It's just simply standing out in a way that is not productive. You could build it up to this level. You could technically get it to this level for the build by like automating the volume increase. Fine. But either way, you're going to have to come lower because even in the drop, it's just too loud. Like the high end, I guess what would be equivalent of the chains of the snares itself, I feel like it's got a little bit too much impact, and I think that sound, like the actual shell sound itself, could be mixed slightly back. It pierces through so much already. It doesn't need volume on top of being so transient and so like the frequencies they cut through so well already. Such a narrow band of frequencies and still they're piercing. So I don't think we need to add volume as a tool to deal with that on top of that. I could use in general a little more sub. But not specifically the frequencies that you have here. Don't just turn up what you've got here, because I think these frequencies are at the appropriate level. But I think what you're going to need to do is those, whatever you might be using a sine wave for the low sub, I think you need to octave up your low sound by 1 octave, compress it, distort it, do whatever you got to do to blend it in, because on my speakers, which I think go down to like 50 hertz, which is pretty decent for like non-subwoofer systems, I'm losing low mids, very low, like, thank you, Lionical, appreciate you. I'm losing low mids. It's not exactly sub frequencies. Those frequencies feel good, but the low mids of your sub are getting lost on me, and I think you could move more air than the air that you are currently moving. So octave that sub up by 1 octave, distort it a little bit, saturate it, whatever you got to do to blend it in with the original sound, and then compress it so that it's consistently adding that presence of low mids. That's that. I could also use a little more Sybase. Honestly, your synth that you have some background synths that sound kind of like Synthy or Sybasey. I could use a little more of that. You could get a little more intense on the background synths. That's a pretty simple thing to do, I think. But yeah, I would use more. Lionical Sup, thank you for following, but unfortunately the queue is closed for the evening, so we're not taking any more submissions, but you have already joined our follower list, so stay tuned for the next time we go live and get in the queue nice and early so we listen to your track. Sorry about that for the day. Okay, what else is next? Yeah, the vocals. This has been a recurring theme today, honestly. The vocals for a lot of parts and a lot of songs have been really high MIDI. I don't know if this is a new trend or something. It's on the rise and I'm to blame. Feel with hate, dislocate all your bones, making breaks. Underrate me on my sins, ricochet my bullets, sing, feeling caskets, put you. You gonna run? I grab my blade. I'm having fun. Need that many high mids, I don't think. You could very well drop your low mids down, or rather take your high pass that you are evidently using and bring it down to like 200 hertz even, and I think you'd be doing yourself a favor, because there's not much going on in those frequencies anyways. So fill us in on some of the low mids and take away some of those high mids, for the love of God. They're shrieky and they're scratching my ears. And I'm not a fan of that reverb on that vocal. If I'm being honest with you, I think that it is just making your vocals sound like they're in a very tiny room, and it's giving me like Isolation Cube vibes. If that makes any sense at all. I don't know. Anyways, last thing I'm gonna say is it sounds like you copy pasted this build. It sounds a lot like you copy pasted the build. Now I'll give you credit where credit is due. Your second drop and your first drop are very, very, very far from being copy pasted from each other. They're inspired from each other, and yet they draw very different conclusions with the facts that we have. So well done with your drop. Truly, your drops are my favorite part of your song. But the builds are a little bit unoriginal. In and of themselves, they don't give you a whole lot of anticipation. They give you some tension, and then the drops really release really well. But in and of themselves, the first one is like, okay, sure, let's get into the song. But the second one, copied from the first one, I would like a more intrinsically tuned build. A build that is more intrinsically tuned to the drop that follows it, if that makes any sense. I think that that's your move. Because at this point, you've done so much intricate work with the rest of your instruments that, like, why wouldn't you? Why wouldn't you take the time to build something that builds correctly and builds like, not I don't want to say correctly, but builds with more intensity, just like the drop has more intensity. You build the tension, and then when the release is far more drastic, you have a more effective chemical reaction in our brains. Only problem there wasn't much to work with for the vocals for variation there, but adding actual build drums and effects, yeah, change it up, dude. Vocally speaking, doesn't have to be. You know what, Tundra? Honestly, chop your vocals. Make it choppy and glitchy. If that's what, if you must vary the vocals, if the vocals are the thing you have to focus on, make the chops, make the glitches, give me some more life in the vocals, changing and like being a almost not degraded version of themselves. That's the timer. Not being a degraded version of themselves, but being like a super choppy and glitchy version of themselves. That's the way that I come to it. And then complement that with your drums and with your synths and your effects. But yeah, sure, focus on the vocals, I suppose, if you wish. Either way, thank you for allowing us to listen to the song online, for allowing us to talk about it, provide comments, criticism, feedback, analysis, what have you. Tundra, also thank you, because you were in someone's earlier submission, and I really enjoyed your contribution to that. I also see that the plant that we have here, is the same logo that we listened, or the same image that we listened to. Oh, sorry, I just said here, but I zoomed in on a screen that you are looking at. This here was the artwork of that song that we listened to that you were a part of. So well done on that track as well. That was pretty dope. It was a pretty juicy track. As a matter of fact, I would say both of the tracks that you have been a part of today have been juicy tracks. So well done, Tundra, and thank you for trusting us with your tracks. We appreciate it. Yeah. We are going to go to the last one of the evening here, folks. It's been a long-ass fucking stream for me, 4.5 hours. I mean, that's not actually that long. I've done 8 hours. Hell, I've done 10 hours. So it's technically not a long stream in perspective. But yeah, I made this in 20 minutes while drunk last night, but it blew up on TikTok. So yes. Okay. Let's tune in, I suppose. We have 10 minutes on the clock ready to go. So let's listen to Drunk Freestyle by RL. Let's go.
You know what I'm on when I slide through. Ain't here to talk, I got plans for you. Glass full, mood set, candlelight. No rush, girl, we got all night. Take that off slow, yeah. Don't play shy, you know I ain't here for no convo. Wanna feel you head to toe. Tell me who in control. Let's skip to the part you know. I ain't tryna waste no time. You know I'm yours tonight. Hands on your hips, back arch when I kiss that. You know the script, but it still make you feel that. Lips talk dirty, but your eyes been honest. Don't gotta lie, girl, I know you want it. Pulled up something dark just to match my vibe. Phone on mute, cause we both outside. Say it's mine, say it twice, don't lie. You my peace in my late night high. There's a weight in my sheets. You the calm in my freak. No words, girl, just speak. With your body, yeah, just let me see. Take that off slow, dear. Don't play shy, you know I ain't here for no convo. Wanna feel you head to toe. Tell me who in control. Let's skip to the part you know. I ain't tryna waste no time. You know I'm yours tonight. You my weakness, no key strength too. Got me thinking about the things we do. Say it's wrong, but it feels so right. You the reason I ain't home tonight. No strings, no stress, no love, just sex. But damn, this feel like more. You moving like you next. Yeah, girl, you're toxic, but you do it so well. Tell me what we call this if it ain't heaven or hell. That off slow, yeah. Don't play shy, you know I ain't here for no convo. Wanna feel you head to toe. Tell me who in control. Let's skip to the part you know. I ain't tryna waste no time. You know I'm yours tonight.
XCMG. Is this AI? Is this in any part artificially created through AI vocals? Specifically the vocals. The track I'm having a harder time telling because that sounds cleaner. It's just pitched, huh? No AI vocal, only Ozone master. Y'all, I don't think this is real vocals, y'all. Help me out. Tell me if I'm wrong. Tell me if I'm hearing this wrong. I've heard this too many times, over and over. The same errors committed by AI. The stacked, are you still doing le song feedback? I am, unfortunately, this is the last song of the day that we are doing. So, unfortunately, and I'm wondering if it is a song created by a human at all. All my songs are like this. Yeah, you mentioned that already. All my songs are like this. XCMG, that changes nothing to me, considering you can make all your songs using AI. I'm going to go and listen to a random track. I'm going to decide on one. Random one. Let's say this one. We're going to load up Over You.
Why you acting so damn shy?
Okay, so Suno is a really cool tool for people that can't make music, Cool Cat Dude. I actually totally agree with you. I hate that people call it their own. And XCMG, if you say all your songs are like this, meaning all of the songs you create are in this fashion, and if I just played a song by you right here,
why you acting so damn shy? Talk to me.
and that's an AI song, 100%, 0% doubt, 100% certainty. That is an AI song. I am 0% certain that song is an AI song. And so if by transitive property you say that all of your songs are like this, that means that all of your songs are AI. Now, I said at the beginning of this stream, I'm stopping this timer because we're done with this review. I said at the beginning of this stream, I'm okay with AI as an artistic tool for creation. Yeah, Mincy, sorry, we're unfortunately, Mini sir, we are unfortunately closed for the day. Welcome back. We appreciate you showing up and trying again, but we are wrapping up for the day. We've been online for like 4 hours and a half. I'm banning XCMG because I believe that this isn't the first time that I've checked your tracks specifically. So XCMG, this is the last straw. I'm banning you. That's fucked. Guys, I wrote a bot to write AI music for me. Y'all don't even know what AI is. That was a fun project. Honestly, I don't have a problem with it. XCMG had all the time in the world to say, I've been creating AI music for the past little while. Had all the time in the world to tell me. All of these songs. The reason there's so many songs. Look how many songs are produced just in the past year. What? No. No way. No fucking way. Absolutely not. 100% AI all day, absolutely. Cool Cat Dude, 0% skill. Best AI can do for me is denoising my goddamn mic. Yeah, it's really useful for that, actually. I need an AI noise remover for my microphones because AI is great. What's my stream schedule? Usually I stream on Tuesdays for my feedback streams. It's always on Tuesday, or it's often on Tuesdays, but it dances during the days of the week. So keep an eye out for Tuesdays either way, Stacked. Thank you for following either way. No problem, Mike. I don't really need feedback. I just want to show a cool song. I'm not talking about you having a problem with it. I'm just saying the people that don't claim it's AI is crazy. Yeah. No, I think we were sort of agreeing on the same point. But like, insane to me. Insane to me that you can't just say, hey, look at this cool thing that I made just by writing words. I wrote some words and then AI gave me this thing. That's cool. I like that. I think it's so cool that people don't claim that it is AI and that people try and pass off their own shit. And the problem is that the more it advances, the harder it's going to be to recognize. But right now, that song that he made me listen, that fucker made me listen to, right now, it was closer. It was harder to tell, but it was still like, there are markers. There are red flags in this fucking audio that make it so that is not a fucking human making that. And if it was not a human making that would be one thing. If it was not a human making that and you are like saying that would be one thing. But the fact that you claim that it's your own, get a fucking life. There are some of us out here taking this seriously. Get a fucking life. Go take something else not seriously. Get a fucking life. Every goddamn time it pisses me off so goddamn much. Damn, I can't remember when's the last time I used AI. Stacked, it's fine too. I like it. It's a cool tool. For me, one of the killer giveaways is the S's are white noise rather than a sibilance. That's exactly what I heard in this track that made me go, I'm pretty sure this is AI. Those specific S's, because half of them are S's, half of them are sibilants, and then half of them are not, which means that someone didn't know how to use a de-esser or was like just over de-essed on a particular track, but then that track has not changed throughout in the rest of it, so it's like, no, that doesn't make sense. That wouldn't be it. So yes, absolutely devious for ball. That was exactly what tipped me off, where I was like, no, I feel like this is more leaning towards AI than not. Quack Quack, you didn't miss, awesome name by the way, you did miss the AI shit, but welcome, as Cool Cat has done for us, welcomes you in. We appreciate you stopping by at the end of our stream one way or the other, but we are going to be ending this stream at this point because fuck, man, god damn it. This is what pisses me off the most, is that other people, by the end of this stream, other people came in and they could have taken that place. They could have taken the place of that person who is trying to fucking throw bullshit creation and claim it as their own. Like, that infuriates me the most, is because for y'all who are with us, who are just kind of checking out, or who are arriving last minute, if there was one more spot available, I would have much preferred that you guys have it than someone passing off AI as their own fucking stupid ass work. Fuck that guy. Banned for life. Last time, and he wasn't a new guy too. I could have sworn that I saw that artwork before. God damn it, it's my own fault and never gonna happen again. Fuck that guy. In any case, folks, that is pretty much the end of our stream. That's all I got. We appreciate you guys sticking it out with us and allowing us to listen to all of your music online, talk about it together, talk about how it could be improved, the works. We appreciate every single one of y'all. And we will see you most likely next week. Again, I check my calendar at the end of every stream. Thank you, Doom. We appreciate you. But like, valid crash out. Yeah, I know. I check my calendar at the end of every stream, but I think that next weekend's Easter, but I think next Tuesday is going to be pretty much the next time we'll be able to stream together. So we will see you then. But until then, toodaloo, motherfuckers. Take care, guys.
Crystalline sky. talk.